I need it.
Okay, well, I'll say. Okay, good. All right. Good morning, everybody. We are now live, and I wanted to call to order the first meeting of the Malpractice Insurance Working Group on behalf of the State Bar. I hope I got to everybody before we started. My name is Randy Miller, and for some odd reason, I've been appointed chair of this illustrious group, which I'm absolutely honored to do. A couple of things, housekeeping measures before we start. First of all, we have some working group members that are in transit. I think there were some problems up in the Bay Area with the freeway and a little bit of fog down this way. So the name cards that haven't been taken up over here yet are folks that hopefully will be joining us. As I said before we started, all of this is being webcast, so it's being recorded by our tech in the back of the room, so we are live. And anybody and members of the public can simply go onto the State Bar website and follow us in real time throughout today, which is great. It's also being transcribed, and at some point after today, we will sync up the transcription with the video, and that will also be available online as well. Because we are feeding live here, it's important that we all do our best to speak up into the microphones. There are microphones around you, and we want to make sure that our voices are heard. I tend to be loud. Joseph, okay so far in terms of picking up my volume, but just make sure that you have a microphone close to you and you're aware that your voice is being picked up and being broadcast. And in terms of discussions between yourselves, try to limit those, because that also may be picked up by the microphone in front of you. So a few pieces of formality here. I wanted to introduce Linda Katz, because Linda will be working with us hand in hand. I'm going to have everybody introduce themselves, but I wanted to start with Linda because she's here at the head of the table. Linda and I, and those of us that started the working group have been working very closely over the last few months to get us here today. So I just wanted to have Linda quickly introduce herself before we get to the other working group members, and tell us a little bit about your background so we can get that out of the way.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm principal analyst at the State Bar's Office of Research and Institutional Accountability. And this is a very interesting topic to me. Before working here, I was with the Judicial Council as well as with the San Francisco Bar Association, and have some experience with mandatory insurance in that context. So I'm really looking forward to working with all of you.
Thanks, Linda. Linda is going to be a terrific resource for us, essentially the liaison with plugged into the State Bar and the resources and the staff that will go along with that. And those will be things that we will all need throughout this journey. Let me also start by saying thank you so much for being part of this group. When I was asked to be part of it and chair it a few months ago, I was happy to accept, honored to be thought of, to be part of it. It is also a topic that is near and dear to me, at least through the times that I've been a member of the State Bar, a licensee of the State Bar. Yeah. You are now licensees, those of you who are lawyers, no longer members. So it's a topic that I have a fair amount of history with. Others that are on the working group here have even a longer history. This is not our first dance with this topic, but it was something that I was very interested in. I was happy to continue my work on behalf of the State Bar. So I'm very honored to be part of this and trying to lead this group in a focused way over the next year. But thank you so much. I understand completely what a commitment this is in time and effort. There will be work that needs to get done in between the sessions, so we will join here every couple of months to do what we need to do here to track the various committees and subcommittees that'll be working on the various issues that the legislature in its wisdom has asked us to inform them about. So thank you for your commitment. In terms of just real quickly how we got here, how you got here, when we were first tasked with creating a working group, we knew we wanted to have as a diverse group as possible. We wanted to make sure we could connect with every aspect of California, both with public members and lawyer members and judicial members. So our first task was how were we going to populate this group and what is the nomination process to get you all here. So I'm happy to see you here because that is the product of what we had put together a few months ago on the types of working group members that we needed to help us out with this topic. So I think we've done a pretty good job, and frankly, this I feel like an all-star coach or something like that in the NBA, because I look around this room and the skill and the talent and the experience and the depth and the institutional knowledge is just fantastic. And we are going to be doing a deep dive into a dense topic, which is very timely, not only in California, but this is a topic where actually many bar associations across the states are looking at researching, analyzing, and making decisions about the exact same sets of issues. And we're going to talk about those when we get to what other states are doing. So if I could start by having each of you introduce yourself, give us a little bit about your background, and if you want to say, so we know, I don't know anything about this topic, that's fine. We understand others of you have been involved in something like this, insurance or the potential for mandatory insurance disclosure for many, many years, and that's helpful as well. We want every imaginable viewpoint on this. We want every imaginable connection that you will all bring to this group so we can take advantage of all the resources available to us and give the legislature a comprehensive and informed and educational view on each of these issues that we've been asked to raise. So, Kathy, can we start with you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me. Do we need to turn this on? Is that what we need to do?
I think if you hit the button in the middle, that will allow you to
Thank
speak
you.
and be heard.
Thank you for that. So my name is Kathy Sargent. I am a lawyer. I was a defense lawyer for lawyers who had been sued for malpractice for a couple of years. So I was defending the lawyers who had been sued. And then I joined Lawyers Mutual Insurance Company, where I've been for about 31 years. And we have addressed everything from loss prevention to claims to underwriting. And we are actually a company that was formed as a result of this committee's findings in the 70s and 80s when there was no malpractice insurance. Lawyers Mutual was formed as a mutual company to educate lawyers, prevent claims, and to make sure there was insurance in the market for a long time to come. We're coming up on our 40th anniversary, so I'm happy to say I think we accomplished that mission. And I have addressed many of these topics. I'm familiar with insurance. I did insurance law, defended lawyers for malpractice, so I bring all of that to the table. So thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And Kathy was a nominee of the Board of Trustees of the state of California. So great, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And Colleen?
I'm Connie Broussard,
Hi.
and I am new to private practice. I was at the Attorney General's office for just about 15 years and just started my own practice. I am in that category of I know nothing about malpractice insurance because I was a government attorney for my entire career up until this point, and I have only been in private practice for a few months. I don't have malpractice insurance as of this point. Mostly because I haven't gotten around to it yet. Not necessarily because I'm morally opposed or anything, so I am a blank slate. And I suppose that's maybe why I'm here.
Well, you're here for a lot of reasons. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Mr. McKenna.
Good morning, Dan McKenna. I am with an insurance agency in Northern California, Mitchell & Mitchell. I've been a licensed bar member since '81, but unlike Kathy with experience in the area of defending attorneys, I was simply a jack of all trades. And when I started losing a lot of sleep doing that, I was fortunate to join Mitchell & Mitchell Insurance. We do a number of different professional liability programs in California, but I only focus in and I head up the lawyers' professional liability program. We write that with CNA Insurance, who's been writing malpractice insurance since 1961. And we, as far as having the quote-unquote pen, we've had the pen for CNA on this program. We actually do the underwriting up to certain parameters for 20 years now. So thank you for having me on the committee. I'm excited about the next year.
Thanks for joining us, Dan.
My name is Scott Barabash, and I'm with Aspen Insurance. I've been overseeing, well, my current role, I oversee the lawyers and accountants claims for Aspen Insurance. I've been doing this for about 15 years. Before that, I was in private practice. Didn't deal with malpractice insurance in private practice, but in the 15 years I've been doing this, I've learned a lot about it and a lot what to do and what not to do, and how I see a lot of people make mistakes and fall into traps that they shouldn't, but also we're there, and insurance is there to help them out of those situations. So thank you again for asking me to be on this committee.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I should say, although it's obvious now, that Dan was sort of the insurance broker nominee or slot, and Scott is here in a representative capacity, I guess, on behalf of insurance carriers. Aspen flights all over, but in California. So thanks, Scott.
Lisa Perrochet. I don't think my mic is working, so I'll speak up a bit. I'm a civil appellate practitioner here in California, and my experience, I think, for this committee is not so much in connection with my 30 years of civil appeals, but more my experience as the chair of a risk purchasing group of lawyers' professional liability, pilot leages. In that capacity, I've negotiated, I'm a consumer of lawyers' professional liability insurance for a number of, for 40-some law firms. I've also represented counsel through programs like AIM and ALAS. I've dealt with a lot of brokers and carriers in the lawyers' professional liability space. And I also am the ethics and conflicts person in my firm, and I have handled a lot of matters involving mostly defense of lawyers through professional liability policies and basic ethics issues, disqualification, that sort of thing.
Great, thank you. Sabrina.
Morning, my name is Sabrina Green. I am in private practice and have been since 2004. I believe I'm representative of the solo and small firm. I sit on that XCOM committee as the education chair, and I believe that's my representative capacity to represent the solo and small firms of California here in this working group. My experience with malpractice insurance is that I get to fill out the application for it every year, send it in, and write the check. And that's pretty much my experience in the insurance industry.
Thank you, Sabrina. Kathleen?
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Hamilton. I'm a non-attorney member of the working group and have enjoyed a very long career, mostly based in Sacramento, as a public interest advocate and administrator. I'm the former director of the State Department of Consumer Affairs, and many people don't realize that the Department of Consumer Affairs is actually the umbrella agency that covers the rubric of professional licensing. And so in my 5 years at the department, our work was mostly focused on examining licensing requirements, the need to contemporize those requirements, update exams and those kinds of things. So I hope that my experience in that capacity will help inform the work of this group. As a consumer advocate for many, many years, and I should mention, I was once upon a time the legislative director for Dave Jones, who is now, of course, our insurance commissioner. So I've had some indoctrination into a variety of insurance-related issues. And before I retired a couple of years ago, I did have the opportunity to work pretty closely with various folks, both in the legislature and at Covered California, as we drafted and shaped and implemented the Affordable Care Act, which occurs to me might have some relevance in this discussion. So anyway, happy to meet you all, and thank you for the opportunity to join the group.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Good morning, I'm Glenn Olson. I'm a defense litigator. I do legal malpractice defense work. I'm with Martin Levitt in San Francisco. I was for a fairly long period of time co-chair with Randy of the Committee on Professional Liability Insurance. And in my kind of in-between life, between two stints at Long and Levitt, I was the accountants and lawyers professional liability claims manager for CNA Insurance. So I've kind of seen the malpractice insurance world from the practice standpoint and also from the in-house standpoint as well. So I'm glad to be on the committee, and thank you very much for having me.
Thanks, Glenn. Mark?
Morning. My name is Mark Abelson. I do plaintiff's legal malpractice work. I don't think I've ever been in a room with so many insurance people without having darts thrown at me. Just sitting here relaxing is unbelievable.
Or asking for money.
Yeah. Pounding me down here, like this high. So I've been doing legal malpractice work since the early 1980s. There are very few plaintiffs' lawyers who do legal malpractice work for obvious reasons. And this is a topic, mandatory insurance is a topic that is near and dear to my heart. And trying to see if it's feasible in a way to make it affordable is it is a great public service that we're hopefully all about to enter into. I also represent some law firms in terms of ethical issues, conflicts of interest, partnership issues. I teach a little bit of ethics, so I'm in the realm of lawyers all day long. Thank you.
Scott?
Yes, thank you. I'm Scott Garner. I'm in private practice also in Irvine, California with Umberg Zipser. My practice is mostly representing lawyers. I probably about half my practice is representing lawyers in malpractice and related cases. About a quarter of my practice is ethics, counseling, and some expert work. And then the other quarter is just general litigation. I think I'm a co-prac appointee here. I spent about 6 years on a co-prac, which is the State Bar's Ethics Committee, turned off about a year and a half ago. And part of my 6 years, I was the chair. I also have been the chair or co-chair of the Orange County Bar's Ethics Committee for the last 15 or so years. So I've got the defense and the ethics perspective here. As far as my experience in the malpractice insurance field, it's mostly just advising clients on how to deal with insurance, when to make claims, things like that, but nothing all that deep.
And I should just add that through the nomination process that we went through, you're sort of tasked to be here in a somewhat representative capacity. So for those of you who deal with small solo, you probably know now, or if you don't, you will know very quickly that this is an issue that has some controversy with the small solo practitioners in California. And so there may be time in between our meetings where you'll have to go back to your constituents, so to say, and try to take a read on where they come out. We're also going to talk at some point today and throughout our meetings about the necessity of more formal surveys so that we can get our arms around what is the real issue here, or even if there is an issue. So just keep that in mind too, and if you're not clear on how it is you got here, we will be sure to remind you and ask us questions about what your role should be in that regard. Okay? Okay, and the Kevin Bacon of the California State Bar, Heather Rosing, everywhere.
My name is Heather Rosing. This is wireless, this is a good thing. And I am a shareholder with the law firm of Kleinman's PC, where I've been for the past 23 years. As I know most of the people in this room and everybody knows, I'm almost just crazy excited about this discussion. It's really an important public service, as Mark indicated, I think we're going to be doing some really important work, having some tough discussions, and making some important decisions. In terms of my background, I also defend legal malpractice cases, but what I consider to be, I would say, the more important part of my practice is ethics, advisement, and risk management. I teach, speak, and write on ethics all over the country. I had the privilege of serving as the legal advisor to the Rules Revision Commission of the State Bar of California. Greg he'll introduce himself, but he monitored that on behalf of the Supreme Court. And we spent 2 years rewriting the rules of professional conduct for submission to the Supreme Court through the State Bar here. And that was a really terrific experience. So it was my privilege and honor to be on this, to be asked to be on this working group as well. In terms of my background, I'm former chair of the San Diego County Bar Association's Legal Ethics Committee. I'm former president of the San Diego County Bar Association. I spent 4 years on the State Bar Board of Trustees, this board that runs this organization, before I went on to become president of the California Bar Foundation, which is the philanthropic arm of the State Bar that split off from the State Bar a couple of years ago. And also, as you may know, on January 1st, the sections of the State Bar split off to form a new organization, the California Lawyers Association. And I'm the new president of that, so I'm super excited about it. And we were asked by Randy, who we are very lucky to have as our chair, to make 3 nominations here today. And I did not nominate myself, I was nominated by somebody else, but I just wanted to thank the people that allowed us to nominate them, which is Mark Abelson in the plaintiff's legal malpractice arena, Glenn Olson in the defense legal malpractice arena, and Sabrina Green, who is the section representative / small firm solo. I spoke to each of you at length, and your time and dedication is appreciated by the California Lawyers Association. We're very excited about the California Lawyers Association, as well as a shameless plug for the new organization. I am actually the appointee of Senator Hannah Jackson. She is the one who authored this language in the fee bill that called for this working group to be composed. And I know she's anxious to see what types of results we come up with. So I think that's about it. But again, I wanted to thank Randy and Linda again. I know they put a ton of hard work into this, and I'm excited about what we're going to do over the course of the next year.
Thank you, Heather. Greg?
My name is Greg Fortescue. I'm a lead attorney for the California Supreme Court. I had the pleasure of serving with Heather on, as she said, in the Rules Revision Commission. My job is really become all about the State Bar. I am not an expert in malpractice insurance, but I've become an expert in the last 3 years. I've been with the court for 4 years, just through the master class that was the Rules Revision Commission. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot from all of you about this area of law, which I do not know a lot about. Before I came to the court, I was a civil litigator working in employment defense. And I think my role here is probably going to evolve as we decide as a working group where we're going. But it's a bit different from the Rules Revision Commission, because the Rules Revision Commission's ultimate end product was a set of rules that needed to be approved by the Supreme Court. So while most of their work is done, I'm still in the weeds. Walking through the rules with the justices right now, and we're just very impressed by the work of the commission, the entire court, and we've been doing that for about a year. So it seems like a good time for me to switch gears and start learning about malpractice insurance. And I'm looking forward to meeting all of you and getting to know you better.
Thanks, Greg. We appreciate your attendance and your service to the working group. Before we get to some other, let me make sure we've got some newcomers here. Judge Perkins is here. Can I have you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alan Perkins, Sacramento Superior Court. Right now, I supervise our complex civil litigation department, but I do general trials, civil and criminal. I've been on the court 13 years. Before that, I was in private practice in Sacramento, and in case it may help this committee, I have the good luck of being the friend and colleague of Kevin Culhane, who's now on our court, who led a lot of the past efforts in this area. look forward to working with all of you.
You may hear from Judge Culhane, who's had played a number of roles in the state bar system going back many, many years, and then was appointed a few years ago to be on the Sacramento bench along with Judge Perkins. Kevin Culhane probably has one of the best historical perspective of these sets of issues we're dealing with. Was a remarkably intelligent voice in the processing of these various issues over the years. And we were trying very hard to get Judge Culhane down to our meeting today, but because he's up in Sacramento, it wasn't going to work out. It looks like we'll get him at our next meeting in San Francisco, though. He is going to be a great person to ask questions about, to get his perspective on the arc of these issues that go back to the late 70s. Judge Culhane was instrumental in forming the state bar professional liability insurance program, and has been connected in one form or another as part of his public service for, frankly, almost his entire career. So thank you for mentioning him. I've spoken with him at some length about being here in some capacity, so we will definitely take advantage of that. Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome.
Ruben?
Do I need a mic or? am I
Yeah,
okay?
let's jump.
Good morning, I'm Ruben Duran. I'm a partner with the Los Angeles office of Best and Krieger, which is a mid-sized firm of about 200 lawyers with offices throughout California. My practice is principally as a general counsel to public agencies. I serve as a city attorney of an Inland Empire city. Hannah Beth Jackson is in the area where I'm the general counsel to the Port of Wainini, so I'm looking forward to making that connection with her and her staff. I'm an appointee of the Bar of Trustees. Very excited to be here. There are 482 cities in California, and the League of California Cities is very active when it comes to ethics and public policy issues and conflicts of interest. So I've got experience on that side of it, not so much on the malpractice insurance. So I'm looking forward to sort of doing a deep dive and offering perspective of a public agency lawyer. Excited to be here.
Great. Thank you for joining us. One member who couldn't join us today because he was in fact just nominated at the end of last week and was trying some way to attend by phone. But do we have Mr. Lowe? Are you on the line?
He just decided that it didn't make sense for him to
Got
be
it.
introduced.
Okay.
I think he's watching the web.
Okay. All right. So Wesley Lowe is a San Francisco lawyer. Works also somewhat in the insurance space. We've worked with this firm in the past who have had other members that have devoted their time to state bar projects. So Mr. Lowe was, Wesley, is actually the nominee of, this was a hard one for us, and that's why it came so late in the game. We wanted to make sure that there was a representative here on behalf of or with the, the objectives in mind of California bar associations. And we all know we have many, many bar associations, local bar associations here in California. Some are tiny up in the top of the state, and some, like here in LA, are huge. And we wanted to find somebody who would be able to have their finger on the pulse of the bar associations as they weighed in on this issue. Also, he's going to have a great deal of information and background for us on this topic, which I know he has some experience with. So he is our last member. And then I understand Leah Wilson is on the plane and on her way here. And she'll be here shortly.
Joanna, too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've
You did, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
Yeah,
this.
she's on her way. Okay, good. And just to sort of put this out there, obviously I'm the leadoff hitter here, but by no means is my intent to monopolize the conversation. I have a lot of information and probably a lot to say, and I'm happy to lead discussions, but I'm not a talking head, so please feel free, and it is my style, to make sure that we have, an active and dynamic exchange of ideas in here. If that is, I don't know what's going on at all, can you please tell me how we got here? That's great. If it's something that's more dense and in the weeds about some, archaic metric of insurance in California, ask that too. So we want to make sure that the time that we have together is going to be useful. There's going to be some in-between time, but be here, exchange your ideas, raise your hand, we'll get your thoughts and comments out there, and we want to hear from everybody and making sure that at the end of the day, you're informed, because as we winnow down all the muscling of this work through our system here, we're all going to have to weigh in on our various sensibilities about the types of questions we've been asked to answer. Because we are a public meeting, we have public comments, and I wanted to acknowledge Dick O'Regan, who is here as a member of the public, but also maybe you could explain a little bit about your background, Mr. O'Regan, so we know who you are, and you're free to make any public comment you want.
Well, thank you, Randy. I'm Dick O'Regan. I'm also an old friend of Kevin Culhane's. Met Kevin back in the mid-'80s when we first did this. I worked for Mercer, and I managed a state bar-sponsored professional liability program. So I was asked to come because obviously this committee, based upon their recommendations, could impact our business model going forward. So.
Yeah, and Dick has been involved with the state bars since 1987?
89.
A long time, and also a good resource. So we appreciate your involvement, and it's great to have you. Because this is done under the auspices of the state bar, meetings are controlled by an act called Bagley-Keene, and Scott, on behalf of the state bar, is going to explain what Bagley-Keene is. Some of you that have been in public service or that have been involved in meetings before know a little bit about this. It's sort of the Brown Act advanced, and so the idea of transparency in these meetings, public participation, are all things that are more or less captured within Bagley-Keene. It's Bagley-Keene. And some level of formality goes with that in terms of how many people can participate in discussions where we're not in a public meeting, and whether that constitutes a committee or subcommittee that has to be publicized. There are rules about posting our agenda in advance, and I know all of you were able to link up with the materials that are available on the State Bar website, but so does everybody else. And so we want to make sure those are out there in the fullest extent of transparency so that everybody can see them in addition to yourself. So Scott, I think, has a PowerPoint that'll take us through how Bagley-Keene is going to impact our work on this committee.
Before we get into that, I feel like I would be remiss if you didn't mention who appointed me to be here. And I was actually appointed by the Council on Access and Fairness. And so apparently myself and possibly 2 other members of this group are supposed to represent all attorneys of color in the entire state. But I'm encouraged to note that somebody else was just appointed to this committee last week, so maybe more people will be appointed and we can remedy this situation a little bit.
Sure, yeah, thank you. All right, Scott.
Okay, just a point of clarification, my name is Mark.
Oh.
We just met today, so that's...
Can I call you Scott?
Yeah, please. Free, the call works. My name is Mark Schaff. I'm an Assistant General Counsel with the State Bar, and I will be acting as kind of liaison to this working group, and in particular, I guess as things go forward, I'll be helping Linda as needed. For this morning, what I'd like to do is present a short tutorial on the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It sounds like after going through the roster here, a lot of you have more experience with it, frankly, than I do. But some of you don't, and so for you and for everyone else's benefit, I think it's a good idea to just refresh ourselves. As the second half of the name indicates, this is a law that governs how open meetings that involve the public are meant to be conducted. Specifically, the State Bar is subject to the Bagley-Keene Act. And this is the authority for it, just to make sure it was, I think, a little bit unclear previously exactly what rules of open meeting the State Bar was supposed to abide by, but now the legislature has made it clear that it's Bagley-Keene. In terms of the various bodies that are covered by Bagley-Keene, it's basically any permutation of the state board or commission or subcommittee or any, like I said, any kind of subgroup thereof, as long as it's 3 bodies or more. I bolded the one that applies specifically to this group, an advisory board, advisory committee, or subcommittee. And then within that it says multi-member bodies of 3 or more persons created by formal action of the state body or member thereof. So as this group may be subdivided out to look at specific issues, if those subcommittees are 3 or more people, those subcommittees will also be subject to Bagley-Keene. So that is just something to keep in mind as everyone goes forward. Bagley-Keene is a recognition by the legislature that a democracy requires an informed public to participate in its decisions. And so, another way to think of it is a sunshine policy. So Bagley-Keene covers meetings. What is a meeting? And a meeting is a congregation of a majority of the members of a body at the same time and place to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item within the jurisdiction of the body. Now, that sounds very straightforward, but as you'll see in a minute, there are some permutations of that make it a little bit more complicated and things to think about. But going back to the general purpose, it's to keep the public informed. There are rules about how this happens. So these open meetings, there has to be notice given 10 days in advance. The notice has to have certain information about what the agenda will be, where and when the meeting will take place, and a contact person for people to ask questions. Now, the way the notice works is we post it on the website, and anyone who has already requested notice has to receive it. Then there are limitations on where the meeting can take place. Generally, the meetings will all take place here or in our offices in San Francisco. So in terms of being ADA compliant, et cetera, that's not an issue. And as we've already seen, there has to be an opportunity for public comment as well. So the public is invited to attend the meetings and speak. There are exceptions for special meetings and emergency meetings. If that comes up, it will come up, but the specifics of that I don't think are necessary to get into right now. Just to go back to say here, a meeting is a meeting of the body at the same time and place. That's actually not it's not really true because a meeting does not have to take place at one time and in one place. There's a concept of serial communications that constitute a serial meeting under Bagley-Keene, and that's where we really have to be careful with our communications. Any time that members of this group communicate with each other outside of an open meeting, where a majority of the members participate in that communication, even if it's over a period of time through emails or through a series of one-on-one conversations. If the members of the group use that process to communicate about, deliberate about issues that are within this group's purview, that would be a violation of Bagley-Keene, because that is not an open meeting. There would not have been a notice beforehand and opportunity for the public to communicate. The specific ways that this could happen that should not are conference calls or a series of telephone calls, group emails, or even an email thread that eventually makes its way through the whole group, a serial briefing, one-on-one. None of those are allowed under Bagley-Keene. So the two kind of concepts visually for some people are a daisy chain, where people are whispered down the lane, where communication goes from one member to the next, to the next, to the next, or a hub and spoke, where one person tries to collect information from various members of the group and then disseminate it back out. Neither of those is okay, because in neither case would the public have a chance to know what the topics would be beforehand and come and comment on them. So specific things to avoid are the reply all emails. That's the biggest one, I think. And you'll notice that you've been receiving emails from from staff that you're all BCC'd on them. And the reason why is to avoid the problem where you accidentally hit reply all and run right into a Bagley-Keene violation, frankly. That's the issue. And you see here the exception. It says, the prohibition on serial meetings does not prohibit staff from communicating with members, and that can be in separate conversations. But staff is not then able to communicate out any position that a member has brought forward. So we can provide information that is asked by one member. We can provide that back out, but it can't come with any kind of opinion from the member who first contacted staff on that, or any comments like that. So exceptions to the meeting definition, these are important to keep in mind. Individual contacts between members of the body and others that don't otherwise violate the act. So individual communications are fine if they don't violate the act, if they are just between two people, or if they're not about the jurisdiction of this working group. The majority of the members can attend the same conference, training, or workshop. That's okay. But business can't be conducted in that setting, even if you're all there. Similarly, a majority of this working group can attend any kind of other public meeting organized by a public interest group on the point. But again, business can't be conducted in that setting. Same with purely social meetings. You're all free to go grab a drink afterwards. Just don't talk about what happened here outside of the meeting. And then I think another one that isn't there, but we'll get to in a second, is social media. That's where I think people trip up a little bit more. If anyone is inclined to discuss what happens here on their Facebook page or LinkedIn page, that in itself is not a problem. But when other members of the group might offer a comment on that posting, or even just a thumbs up, like, or any other faces you can use to react on Facebook or LinkedIn, that could be considered a serial meeting. So since we can't control who comments on our own social media sites, I think it's important to not comment on each other's social media sites in case that leads to a serial meeting of a quorum. So it was touched on briefly because one member was not able to attend today. Teleconferences are allowed under Bagley-Keene, but they're subject to additional requirements in addition to what we have here. So specifically, each location of the teleconference has to be noticed, and that means where the person is calling in from. And that location has to be ADA compliant and open to the public. So if you want to call in from your office, but you don't want to open your office to the public for public comment, then you can't call in from your office. Same with your home. You can't call in from the road because that's not a public space. So those are just not options. And the location also has to be noticed 10 days in advance with the rest of the meeting. So you have to know ahead of time that you're going to be at a remote location, and it has to be a place where the public actually can have access.
So how does that work when somebody looks ahead of the schedule and says, I'm going to be in some other place in June, won't be able to attend the meeting live? We know now that Bagley-Keene allows members to attend remotely. So the first part of that is we need to know, or you need to know 10 days in advance so that we can include the location of where they'll be in calling in so that we can get that on the agenda, right?
That's right, yeah. So as much advance warning as possible, basically, but no less than 10 days. If we don't know within 10 days without very specific findings, it would be impossible to include you in the meeting at that point. And then the other issues are that, or other extra requirements for a teleconference meeting include that the votes have to be taken by roll call. And that's because people who are on the phone have to be able to say, and everyone has to actually say their name, because otherwise in a setting like this where everyone is gathered in one room, a unanimous vote, the roster can just be entered in, but that's impossible with a teleconference.
Mark, I'm sorry, can I have this one? Mark. Was Mark, not Scott, Mark?
It's fine.
Jump in with a question. So for our purposes, are we a body of 15? For our purposes, are we a body of 15 or 16 so that the magic number is 8 for a majority?
That's correct. It's a simple majority for a quorum. Quorum and majority operate the same way for Bagley-Keene purposes. At least under the rules of this.
That's why it's great to have somebody who represents public entities on the working group here. Thank you.
And so this goes over some of what I just mentioned about the limitations for a teleconference. If you are not able to find a location that is ADA compliant where the public can meet, that is not acceptable under Bagley-Keene, and you're just not able to participate. Now you can call in and listen as a member of the public, because there will be a call-in number, but you can't participate as a member of the as a member of the group.
Can you make comments as a member of the public?
No.
Okay.
No, you should just observe at that point. And that goes, by the way, for, I think it was back here on exceptions to the meeting definition. The bottom one, for instance, a majority of members of a body can attend an open notice meeting of the standing committee as long as they don't participate. So if members of this group are going to, say, attend a Board of Trustees meeting, even if it touches on this subject, if a majority of the group attends that meeting, then you are there as observers. You shouldn't even speak as a member of the public at that point. So the whole purpose of this is to allow open and informed public comment to any governmental decision. So here are the requirements. That this group must provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address this group in each open session agenda item before or during consideration of the item. And so that will be, that has to happen for every item in the agenda. And then, there's some slight caveats to that because nothing can be straightforward. If substantially the same issue had been discussed, then public comment is not necessarily required again. And then this group can form its own regulations on how to regulate public comment, but the default is that public comment at a certain time for each agenda item. And this is what I was just mentioning about social media. It's impossible to control what happens to your posts, is really the issue here. So the best we can do is control what we do in response to one of them, which is that we should not be commenting or liking or otherwise responding to any kind of public social media comments. Bagley-Keene provides for closed sessions at meetings. There are very specific requirements for how to do a closed session. Obviously, they're not open to the public. It's what it means. There are several grounds for closed session, both in the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act and also the State Bar Act has its own subset. I'm not sure how many of these will apply to this working group. So they are, I think, listed in the FAQs that you've been provided. And if they come up, then obviously we will address that. The important things to keep in mind about a closed session is that a closed session must be held during a regular or special meeting, which means they have to already be on the agenda as an agenda item or noted as closed session. So we can't convene a meeting just for a closed session, and the notice of the closed session has to follow the same notice requirements for an open meeting agenda item. And that includes actually stating what the closed session is going to be about. It doesn't have to be a very long description, 20 words or so, but it has to specifically give a general description of that agenda item. And then afterwards, if any decision was taken during the closed session, that has to be reported out when the open session begins again afterwards. So under Bagley-Keene, these are the 10 grounds for closed sessions. And I guess I'll read them out since we're here at a public meeting. The employment, evaluation, or dismissal of a public employee, to prepare, approve, grade, or administer an exam, unwarranted invasion of privacy of an individual licensee or applicant, to consider conferring honorary degrees, gifts, donations, or bequests that the donor has requested be confidential, to give instructions to a negotiator prior to purchase, sale, exchange, or lease of real property, to discuss investment decisions regarding retirement, pension, or endowment funds, to hold sessions with representations regarding salaries, salary schedules, or fringe benefits, to consider matters posing a threat or potential threat of criminal or terrorist activity, to receive advice of counsel regarding pending litigation, or to discuss response to confidential final draft of an audit report. So as I said, these are not likely to come up in this working group, but they may, and if they do, then the meeting agenda will have to be posted accordingly. I also mentioned that the State Bar Act also includes some closed session grounds. So here in Business Codes 6026.7, an appeals from the decision of the Board of Legal Specialization for refusing to certify or recertify an applicant, or suspending or revoking a specialist certificate. The preparation, approval, grading, or administration of examinations for certification of a specialist, or the preparation, approval, grading, or administration of the California Bar Examination for first-year law, or the first-year law student's examination. Any matters relating to the Committee of Bar Examiners' consideration of moral character, and information about a law school's operations that constitutes a trade secret. So, as I said, again, unlikely that any of these will apply to this working group, but if they do, we will address them in the public meeting meeting notice. So this is just a heads up for anyone who has seen this before. There was a relatively recent change where appointments or removals from a committee or board is no longer grounds for a closed session. And what happens if there's a violation of the Bagley-Keene Act? Probably most important is the fact that any decision or action undertaken by this group, or even potentially the Board of Trustees, may be voided for violations of Bagley-Keene. And that would just be a shame to spend a year or more working so hard on these kinds of issues, and because of an open meetings violation, not being able to actually promulgate anything as a result. That's unlikely, because I think everyone is going to pay attention to keeping communications either open or in the small groups that are allowed under Bagley-Keene. But I think most importantly is in the court of public opinion. The Bagley-Keene is meant as a sunshine law and meant as a reflection of kind of our democratic principles of open government. And so it's very important for this group, as any other, to maintain that trust. Potentially, Bagley-Keene can lead to a civil case. My understanding is, for the most part, the state bar is the entity that is responsible as the defendant in that case, not an individual. However, as the last bullet point points out, willful violations can be charged as a misdemeanor by a district attorney, and as unlikely as that is to occur, it is an actual possibility in the law. And I believe you've all been provided FAQs, which has contact information for people at the Office of General Counsel, where you can call if you have any specific questions about this. I'm happy to ask questions now or later as they come up. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, I just want to provide some clarification. We are not planning on having any call-in options, absent the advance notice, but as a general rule, there's not going to be a conference call line for members of the public to call in. The meetings are webcast, and so it's really the only purpose of a call-in would be for someone to listen and not provide any information, so there's not any reason to send a call. So unless, of course, we can provide that far in advance with enough time to provide notice.
Does that make sense? Okay. But obviously, members of the public can attend our meetings, so the agenda and everything else is a matter of public notice done well in advance, so anybody can show up, and which of course is completely fine with us. We would encourage members of the public to be here to participate as a member of the public on the work of this committee. And we'll have time during the course of our agenda so that we can elicit comments from the public should they want to participate. So again, we will encourage that. Any questions for Mark on Bagley-Keene? the FAQ that Mark handed out was actually quite good. I know that as a member of the Committee on Professional Liability Insurance for a number of years, we dealt with Bagley-Keene over the last couple of years or so, and I'm happy to see that many of the issues that we sort of struggled with at first have now been worked out, so it's not so imposing anymore. Mark will be here at our meetings, and in addition to dealing with some Bagley-Keene issues, there may be issues with respect to the order of the meeting and notice and so on that we can ask Mark during the course of the meeting, and you're free to call him in between the meetings to ask whatever questions you want about this topic. It is an important one, but I think everybody here shares the idea that our meetings should be completely transparent. I don't anticipate having to be in closed session during the course of our work on this committee, which is going to be pretty much a calendar year now until next March. But if something comes up, we'll be sure to let everybody know by way of the agenda. Anything else we may miss, Mark, on Bagley-Keene?
I didn't.
Okay.
But again, I do reiterate, if anyone has any questions, please reach out and we'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, great. And again, Mark will be here during the course of our meeting, so if there's issues outside of Bagley-Keene that we need to address, happy to have Mark here to do that. So, any questions on Bagley-Keene? Okay, all right, good. So, for purposes of the agenda, what we had publicized was that there was going to be an initial report by me as the chair, and then introduction of the members, and then as part of the business aspect of our meeting, we opened with Mark and Bagley-Keene. I do want to go back and sort of set up this topic a little bit better, especially for those of you that haven't had much connection with the idea of regulating lawyers in California, or more specifically dealing with the idea of mandatory, potential for mandatory insurance in California or other states, or the disclosure of a lawyer having or not having insurance. These, again, are not completely new issues. We've done, I think, a pretty good job on getting all the materials that we have been able to locate so far online and available to you. I know that a lot of you probably looked at those before today or to prepare for today. We appreciate that very much. There's a lot of density to these materials. There are literally almost an unlimited amount of resources out there in California in particular, but also with other states. And we're going to talk about the states that have been down this road before in assessing issues about disclosure of insurance, or the lack of insurance, or mandatory insurance. We'll talk about Oregon in particular, because Oregon now has had a program they call Professional Liability Fund, which has been together for 40 years. And is literally an endless amount of information that would be made available to that program. They're very friendly with us. We know their principals. They're happy to share information as to their experiences as part of the Professional Liability Fund. That's important to us because that's perhaps one of the models that we'll look at here as part of the questions that the legislature asks us to evaluate. And there also are many provinces in Canada who also have a form of mandatory professional liability insurance. I say both of these because in the past couple of years, we have actually tapped into those resources. And so don't be afraid to say, is there somebody else who's done this before, or what's the experience in Oregon or in Canada with these issues? The representatives of those organizations could literally come and talk all day long about it. They're very exuberant about their programs. Their programs are successful, and we've had speakers here over the years participate with former iterations of state bar committees with these very issues. So we've done as good a job as we can to put everything out there. Some of the information you have available online relates to other states. The conclusions or recommendations of those study groups Some of the information is historical information about how California dealt with these issues. And there's many other different proposals that have been looked at by many state bars and bar organizations and courts across the state. So lots of stuff out there. It would be important for you to be familiar with those materials. I think a lot of answers to questions are in there, but by no means does that mean that we can't do deep dives here in the meeting. So, and there are certainly going to be other materials that we collect along the way. We will be sure to add those to the website or bring those here. If you find things that are of interest to us, bring them along and we'll talk about it. In terms of, everybody has our meeting dates. We've got 6 meetings between now and the time that we are to deliver to the Board of Trustees our conclusions and recommendations on the topics that the legislature asked us to take a look at. Goes without saying, it is important for you to try to the best of your ability to be at all of our live meetings live. If for some reason that doesn't work out, obviously you know now that that takes a little bit of advanced planning for you to be part of it. Either way, we want you here and involved and part of the discussion on these issues. And we are about a year away. What's the magical date, you know, Linda? March 7th?
March 31st.
March 14th, I think. Yeah, anyway, it is what it is. So March 2019, that's the witching hour. So that's where we have to have everything out there. So we've got, you know, a pretty good choreography in place between now and March 2019 to do what we need to do. So we have our meetings, we have the materials that are available. At the meetings, we have, if you've seen the work plan over the next year, we plan to have speakers come. We can't give them hours upon hours, but we will give them some discrete topics for them to present to us when we start dividing into subcommittees to process and answer the various questions that the legislature asked us to take a look at. You might in fact reach out to speakers that might be helpful to you or helpful to the committee in our live meetings to be able to come and present. People that come to mind are, again, Oregon Professional Liability Fund, Canada. There's a number of other bar organizations that are, as frankly, at this very moment, considering these exact questions or similar questions. Resources like Kevin Culhane and others that have been sort of bar junkies over the years that have pushed these issues up through the processes are also going to be an important institutional knowledge for us to have. So we will have folks like that join our committee. If you have suggestions of others that should be here, you know, by all means, let us know and we'll do the best we can. We, and by that I mean us collectively, are here to get educated on this topic. Whatever your learning curve is, whether it's really steep or really shallow, we want to make sure that there's no stone left unturned in what we've been asked to do. And I'm going to ask Heather in a second to give us sort of the shorter term answer to how did we get here today in this working group. And I'll go into some detail about actually what we've been asked to do. Yeah. Anybody there? Okay. We know now, if you've looked at the materials and read the introductory letters and taken a look at our agenda and the work plan over the next year, that this group has been tasked.
What is all that noise? Hey, Ray?
Sir, are you calling
Ray?
in? Sir, can you hear us?
Guess you guys cannot hear, huh? I hear you guys fine.
Okay. Fine, Joseph?
It's just next door.
Yeah. I thought at first I was a greater power talking to us. We have some clout, but maybe not that much.
Where is that voice?
How is the meeting going? Very good. I think that did it. I had that bad. Our board recommendation on the recognition. For the record, for those that...
I wasn't muted when you guys were talking to me. I was talking to you, telling you I can hear you fine. You can't hear me.
Put into an automated.
Hey man, would you stop hanging up on me? Ray, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's my cell phone.
Be careful what you say right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Can we grab Joseph?
Yeah, I think.
That's right. Ray has left the building.
Yeah.
We have our priorities. Right.
Speaking of catering, sort of my structure of the meeting, probably all the meetings that if we're going to be starting at 10 o'clock, I can go a couple of hours or so if our lunch, catered lunch, that's great if that's what's coming this way. We'll probably be here a little bit before noon, so somewhere in that time period, I think we would have gone a couple of hours. We'll break. If we don't need a full hour for lunch, or we can have a working lunch, that's great too. And then we'll go into, it's sort of like court, we'll have an afternoon session and maybe take 15 minutes in between so we can stretch. We are scheduled to go till 4. I will try to be faithful to that because I know we all have places to be. When Glenn and I ran Copley in the Committee on Professional Liability Insurance, generally we wrap up around 3:45 or so. So you can hold me to it. We may have days where scheduling or whatever puts us a little bit over, but that's generally the way I'll run it. Lisa, did you want to say, is your mic on? Can you?
I don't think this one's working.
Oh, yeah.
I just had a quick procedural question. If we did in independent research come across useful resources that we thought the rest of the committee might benefit from, is it best to send that to Linda to disseminate?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question because Linda, and to a lesser degree me, will be sort of the one-stop shop for information that is coming in. And when we start to write up these topics too, I'm certain there'll be a circulation of drafts. Scott, I can't imagine how many drafts you went through on the Rules Commission revision, and that's was a dense few years, and all the drafts are being exchanged there. All this
Can you hear me? I hear you fine. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No idea. It sounds like we cut the line crossed up.
I want to know where Ray is. Ray.
Where's Ray?
Where are you? There's no Ray.
Maybe this is a Bagley Keene test of some sort.
We've got another call coming over the speaker.
Is it still coming out?
It's a
Yeah.
Bagley
Sounds like
Keene
Michael.
simulation.
He cannot hear us.
Oh, you think it's another big bar?
It's a staff person, the director of our, it sounds like to me the voice of the director of our IT department.
Oh.
But I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Okay, so what I wanted to do was sort of go back and sort of set up this topic, whether you're very familiar with it or not. So you'll find in your materials, and you've seen it in the charter, that there's a list of 6 questions that the legislature has asked the state bar to research and provide written assessment and recommendations on, as well as approve the organization, the charter for the Malpractice Insurance Working Group, which is us. So all of this has been legislated. There's a long history to the issue, but Heather, since you were involved, can you explain to us how this issue evolved within the legislature? What was the impetus, and then what eventually became Business Inspection Code Section 60695?
Thank you, Randy. As an initial matter, I forgot to add in my introductory comments that the ABA, American Bar Association, has had a regular roundtable on this issue for 13 years. And the ABA brings together state bar associations, both mandatory and voluntary, at one of their national conferences that both Randy and I regularly attend. And the point is to generate a nationwide discussion dialogue among state bar associations, again, mandatory and voluntary, about issues such as mandatory malpractice insurance. So this work at the ABA, I think, is notable, and I wanted to add that Randy and Linda, I chair the roundtable. I've chaired it for the last 10 years at the ABA level, and Randy and Linda have agreed to present to the American Bar Association on the work of this committee. So I just wanted to comment on the discussion that's happening at a national level, in addition to the many discussions that are happening on the statewide level, as Randy indicated. In terms of, this is, I don't speak on behalf of the Board of Trustees or anyone else. I'll just give you my personal history as to how I understand we got to this point. But the State Bar of California is obviously a public protection agency, for those of you who may not be well immersed in the work of the State Bar of California. I had the privilege and honor of, again, serving on the Board of Trustees for 4 years. So the State Bar of California and the various people to who the State Bar of California reports are always looking at ways to enhance public protection and to ensure that the clients of the lawyers in the state of California are well protected. So every year, and I think everybody knows this, but I'll just, in case you don't, I will give you the background. The State Bar of California works with the legislature and the Supreme Court to craft the annual fee bill. And the fee bill is what authorizes the State Bar of California to charge the licensing fees to the licensees of the State Bar of California. I want to say members as well, but it's no longer members, it is now licensees. But the annual fee bill is traditionally more than just statutory language that authorizes the State Bar to charge the dues to the licensees. There are traditionally a whole variety of other provisions that are built in, and most notably amendments to the Business and Professions Code. And the Business and Professions Code itself, the part applicable to the profession of law, is known as the State Bar Act. And if you haven't read the State Bar Act, if you're not familiar with it, it's all set forth on the State Bar of California's website. You can obviously find it other places as well, but it's a whole conglomeration of rules pertaining to the State Bar of California, the profession, and otherwise. So when the fee bill is crafted every year, again, it authorizes the dues, and it in various ways amends the Business and Professions Code. And one of the amendments, for example, to the fee bill that just came down this past January 1st, or that went into effect on January 1st, was the section splitting off, which formed the California Lawyers Association, which I mentioned to you. One of the other provisions of the fee bill that came into effect on January 1st authorized, or actually mandated, the creation of this particular working group. And I think we refer to ourselves as a working group, Randy?
I think that's
our phraseology?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the background of that? The fee bill, and I'm no legislative expert, and in fact I've learned more about Sacramento and legislation during my time on the Board of Trustees than I ever knew before. But the fee bill every other year transfers, the primary authorship transfers between Assembly Judiciary and Senate Judiciary. And Senate Judiciary was the body within the legislature that was, I understand, the primary author of the fee bill in 2017, again, to go into effect January 1st, 2018. And again, because I'm not a Sacramento person, I'm not a legislative person, I may be using the wrong phraseology, but I can say that particularly from the perspective of Senator Jackson, who is the Assembly, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, she was very interested in exploring ways through the fee bill of, again, enhancing the State Bar's public protection mission. And so, through a variety of discussions involving many people, many stakeholders, there was a discussion about mandatory malpractice insurance. And it's a pretty simple discussion. Would we be better protecting the public by mandating malpractice insurance in California, similar to what Oregon has done and what Canada has done? Is that a good idea for California? I think it was quickly agreed upon that it would be a bad idea to mandate malpractice insurance as of January 1st, 2018. I think that would have been a kind of a jarring event for many people. But through the legislative process with Senator Jackson at the helm of this particular language in the fee bill, it was decided that this should be explored, that this is something the State Bar of California should explore through a working group now chaired by Randy Miller. Honestly, there were some people who thought it didn't need to be explored. It was most recently explored, I believe, in the late 90s, Randy. And there's a whole report that I know you'll cover in a lot more detail. But, it's always an expensive and, time-consuming proposition to put together a working group like this. So the question was, is the time right to explore mandatory malpractice insurance? Or should we wait to see what some of the other states do and maybe weigh in a couple of years? But ultimately, the legislature, as Randy said, in their wisdom, Hannah Beth Jackson for Senate Judiciary and Mark Stone for Assembly Judiciary, determined that now was indeed the right time to conduct this study. And I can tell you, I don't think there's any, I certainly haven't seen, having been pretty intimately involved in many aspects of the fee bill, I don't think there's any preconceptions about this issue. I think everybody on the legislative side, State Bar side, and otherwise are coming into this with a completely open mind. Is this something we need? Is it something we don't need? Perhaps the public is adequately protected. Perhaps we add a layer of public protection by mandating malpractice insurance. I guess in a nutshell, the background is this was an idea that we felt we hadn't studied since the late 90s. The time came to study it again. And we are the people who are going to study it and make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees, and again, I don't speak on behalf of the State Bar, but it's my understanding that the Board of Trustees will accept or reject our recommendations, perhaps modify our recommendations, and then the report will be submitted to the legislature. And Joanna Mendoza, by the way, I'm pointing to an empty seat next to me, her flight is delayed. She is on the State Bar Board of Trustees, and she is the Assembly Judiciary appointment. So I am the Senate Judiciary appointment. She is the Assembly Judiciary appointment. But the people who appointed us, basically Assembly and Senate Judiciary, will take the report as approved by the Board of Trustees and decide what to do with it. And what will they do with it? That is unknown to anybody in this room because we don't even know what our recommendations are yet. But it's been my experience in my brief dealings with the legislature that they are thoughtful, and I think whatever recommendations are approved by the Board of Trustees and submitted to the legislature will be given very careful and due consideration by our lawmakers here in the state of California. And I can tell you, just on a final note, I know in the legislature there's a great enthusiasm about our project. The legislature is very interested, and again, I don't speak on behalf of anyone, but my observation is that the legislature is very interested in the State Bar continuing to explore public protection measures. And this is one of the top things, in my view, this year that we're doing to explore public protection in the profession of law, studying mandatory malpractice insurance. So again, those are my personal comments on the history, and I hope that was helpful. Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Heather. That was great. I called on Heather because she's followed this process over the last 6 months or so, a little bit before that, when Glenn and I chaired the Committee on Professional Liability Insurance on behalf of the State Bar. We also followed this issue very closely, and it was interesting to see the various iterations of the fee bill come through the legislature last year, and then we ended up with the Senate bill that eventually was codified in Business and Professional Code Section 6069. And we'll go into the detail of that in a little bit. So it's been an interesting ride, so I'll start with this sort of daunting observation. This is a big deal. this committee's work, working group's work here, is a big deal. Not just because the legislature is focused on this right now and they have found these topics to be near and dear, but it is a topic that is being considered nationwide. And you'll hear that bar associations just like this have studied the topic, done a deep dive, and they've come out the other end and said, no, not for us. We're not going to do it because we're different. And we're going to hear a lot about how Oregon, if we're going to look at that as a model, is different because they're a tiny bar and they only have, you know, a few thousand members in private practice, and they don't see, you know, at least one of the factors that they would look at would be how many uninsured lawyers do we have. They don't have that many uninsured lawyers. So a lot of states look at that and said, okay, well, then that's not really, you know, a paradigm that we want to use to study whether this should be something we would consider in California. So there's lots of ways to distinguish the models out there, whether it's professional liability by Oregon or Canada or someplace else. It's also a big deal because we are a big deal. We have a huge bar association here in California, and so whatever we're looking at may be a way to distinguish us, or maybe not at the end of the day in terms of our recommendations, but we will dwarf pretty much everybody else out there who's actively looking at this or will look at this in the near future. We're sort of neck and neck with New York in terms of the total number of licensees as part of the bar. But we are the big kahuna. Plus, we're a leader, you know, when it comes to these sorts of issues, whether it's a matter of protecting the public or it's a matter of raising the integrity of the profession, or whatever the goal is. This is a very big deal. So again, I really appreciate all of you that are going to be part of this. It is going to be an interesting ride. You know, once we put this off to the Board of Trustees and then whatever they do with it, and then on to the legislature, will be an interesting set of processes as we push this boat off and see, you know, who jumps on it and who doesn't. So this is a big deal. I thought it might be helpful, again, whether you've been involved in these efforts over the years or have an appreciation of the types of issues we're dealing with, to maybe go into a little bit of the history. This is not the first dance in California with this topic. It goes back, Kathy Sargent and I were talking at maybe 30 years, maybe 40 years, something like that. We know that Oregon has been around 40 years, and it was before I started practicing law, but you know, Oregon's formation of the professional liability fund in Oregon sort of coincided with, maybe it was the first time it was considered here in California, I'm not sure. So that everybody was in a lather about that way back then, and it pops up, you know, every few years with some regularity. In your materials, it's actually in the charter, are the legislative questions. This will be the big book to us. These are the questions that we have to answer. These are what we're going to be doing a deep dive. And just so I'm not missing anybody on this, I want to go through these one by one. And I'm going to stop after each, because if you read it or hear me say it, you say, what is that? Or how are we interpreting that? Or you know, anything that by clarification or otherwise you want to know about these questions, because this is how we're going to format, you know, our report ultimately. So, and again, these can also be found in Business Profession Code Section 60695, but also in our charter. That's part of your materials, and also part of the materials that are online. Let me start with the preamble, because I think this is important, and it sort of echoes where Heather was coming from on the etiology of this. And 60695 starts with, in recognition of the importance of protecting the public from attorney errors through errors and omissions insurance, the State Bar shall conduct a review and study regarding errors and omissions insurance for attorneys licensed in the state. The State Bar shall conduct this review and study which shall specifically include determinations of all of the following. Here are the 6 areas that they have asked us to look at. Number 1, the adequacy, availability, and affordability of errors and omissions insurance for attorneys licensed in this state. Everybody get that? Everybody understand that topic? Again, this is what we're going to go into and what we'll answer. But you know, the legislature wants to know, you know, is the current system that we have out there working? And to cut to the ultimate chase, at least in the legislature's eyes, is this protecting the public? And you know, I think back to other sort of crises that we've had with professionals in California and other states, and I can't place this on time, but I remember there was a period of time before a lot of legislative reaction to physicians insurance in California, and there was a few hot button issues that came up where horrible incidences of malpractice and, you know, and no insurance or other assets available to make the victims whole, and those sort of flashpoints got everybody pretty worked up about those issues. And I always worried, and when I was connected with the state bar in other capacities dealing with lawyers' insurance, as to whether something like that would come up. There'd be a bunch of, you know, widows and orphans or nuns that were left, you know, penniless by some lawyer's horrible malpractice. And while we certainly have plenty of malpractice in California, it hasn't risen to the point where, you know, it's gotten, you know, across the board, you know, public attention in that way, and maybe we're fortunate in that regard. But it doesn't mean that this isn't something worth fixing, and this is just one of those years, last year, where the legislature came up and said, let's take a look at this animal again and see whether it is doing the trick. So that's, you know, sort of where this comes from. Number 2 is proposed measures for encouraging attorneys licensed in the state to obtain and maintain errors and omissions insurance. We'll talk about the disclosure rule in California. Many states have some form of a disclosure rule. And by disclosure rule, what we mean is some form or fashion a lawyer either having to tell the state bar or regulatory agency or directly to the client whether they have insurance or not. Many layers of that, but that's essentially that issue. So it's not the only measure that could be used to encourage lawyers to obtain errors and omissions insurance, but I know that in the COPLI, the Committee on Professional Liability Insurance that Glenn and I worked on for a number of years, when California passed the disclosure rule requiring lawyers to go out. It was a compromise measure, by the way. There were lots of other different ways that were considered to sort of out those lawyers that didn't have insurance. So California eventually passed the disclosure rule, and pretty immediately, Dick O'Regan will attest to, a number of California lawyers went out and bought insurance because they didn't want to have to write a letter to the client saying I didn't have any, or report in some way, shape, or form to the state bar that they didn't have it. So that is one way that is a means by which lawyers can be encouraged to purchase insurance. There may be lots of others, and we'll look at that. We'll look at that too. Any questions or thoughts or further background on that one? Number 3, the ranges of errors and omissions insurance limits for attorneys licensed in the state recommended to protect the public. There we have the phrase protect the public again. That is a touchstone to virtually everything that we will do. So the ranges of errors and omissions insurance limits, everybody in this room, if you haven't dealt with malpractice insurance, you've dealt with insurance in some way, and you know that we pretty much always have the ability to pick off a menu whether our limits are going to be $5,000 or $500,000 or $5 million. Same is true with legal malpractice insurance. And I can say, because we also dealt with this issue for a number of years, that there was a concern in the legislature and maybe also within the state bar that products being offered either through the state bar or with its sponsorship or just on the open market had limits that were so low, they in effect didn't provide the sort of protection that people felt that the victims of malpractice should have. And to put a fine point on that, insurance policies written with a $100,000 limit, which is on the low end, not in terms of popularity, in terms of that product, but on the low end in terms of protection available to the public. And so that, I think, is what the legislature is getting at there in number 3. Kathleen?
A quick question on that. Is that question intended to address monetary limits and policies, or is there also an interest in addressing the kinds of actions that could be subject or misconduct incidences that could be covered by those policies?
That's a great question. I read number 3 to mean insurance limits in the monetary sense, and I think that's how it's being used, but somebody who focuses on this more closely than perhaps I will are welcome to look at it in a more comprehensive way or in a different way. I do understand the difference, obviously, because this is not, again, not a new issue. I'm thinking what is being targeted there is the idea of should we have a minimum limit that's above the policies or the popular policies that are being sold to California attorneys right now. There are also questions that you raised as a possibility at number 3 that might go to should the scope of insurance be greater? Should there be things that the legislature mandates should be covered under a policy? I'm not sure that's being addressed here, but it's worthy of discussion because that can impact public protection as good as anything. If the scope of insurance increases to include a number of other acts or omissions or state bar disciplinary violations or whatever, then perhaps that's something that's worthy of consideration. Any other thoughts or questions on number 3? Number 4 is the adequacy and efficacy of the disclosure rule regarding errors and omissions insurance currently embodied in Rule 3410 of the Rules of Professional Conduct. And so we've mentioned already a few times the fact that California has a disclosure rule. It has been changed. Scott, you changed that effective.
Not me. Well, nothing's been changed yet, but Heather knows more than I do on that.
Oh, okay.
It's pending before the court.
Right, okay. So many of the California Rules of Professional Conduct, given the Rules Revision Commission's hard work over the last few years, have been revised, some fairly extensively, without going into all the detail about what was done. One of the rules that was looked at by the Rules Revision Commission is the disclosure rule, which is now in 3410. It's the model rule 1.4.
1.4.3.
1.4.3.
Under the communication rules.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Just speaking from the Rules Revision Commission's perspective, the Rules Revision Commission did an amazing amount of work. I think it was 68 rules, if I'm not
70.
70 rules, okay. That's a lot of rules. It's a lot of work.
At one point, somebody asked if we, as Copley members, wanted to be on their email account so we could get all the various comments back. I got off that thing so fast. It got completely saturated with all these eggheads on the Rules Revision Committee. Thank goodness for that work. That was unbelievably intense. So.
There's a couple people who were really amazing on that commission. But just speaking as a member, not speaking on behalf of the Rules Revision Commission, but as somebody who participated, I was an appointed legal advisor. Again, I think Greg and I sat through most, if not all, the meetings. We essentially didn't amend the rule. It's adopted, it's recommended to the Supreme Court in substantially the same form as it has existed. But I will tell you, and this is all public record, the Rules Revision Commission talked about problems with that disclosure rule. And those of you who know legal malpractice insurance will appreciate the issue. It has to do with the claims-made nature of the policies. So you can disclose that you have malpractice insurance on day one and you're being truthful, but 5 years later, when a claim is made, you don't carry a policy and you don't have insurance. And I see the insurance people nodding, they know exactly what I'm talking about. So the Rules and Revision Commission, we talked about this. We talked about how the claims made nature of the policies is problematic in the context of this rule, but ultimately we decided we weren't the right body to tackle that particular issue. So it's, my understanding from the statutory language that would be something appropriate for us to study. Because there's been discussions about how the rule of professional conduct as it exists and may exist in its new iteration, depending on what the Supreme Court does, can be confusing to the consumer. Because you believe that your attorney has malpractice insurance, but when they don't 5 years later, it's not because the attorney was untruthful to you at the time they made the representation. It's because circumstances changed for that attorney. And I'm not trying to. I'm getting too much into the issue right now, but it's my understanding that's why we are being asked to study that, because the Rules and Revision Commission was unable, due to their scope, to go into that depth of analysis, whereas we are perfectly positioned to go into that depth of analysis. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, it's a great point, because I think that's exactly where we are. I mean, this is one that got a lot of public comment on the various proposed disclosure rules in California. Eventually was decided how it was decided to adopt 3410. I think the fact that it was fairly recent probably played a role in the Rules and Revision Commission basically saying we have what we have and we're going to keep that. Other states deal with it differently, and sort of at the risk of going into a little bit of the detail about that, states on the issue of a lawyer's obligation to disclose, if their policy changed or the circumstances surrounding their policy changed, some states say, well, you got to go within 30 days and tell the state bar licensing agency that you don't have coverage anymore, or that you changed it, or it's lower, or whatever, or you don't have it at all. And so there's a way to keep that sort of on a tight leash. Other states, in California does, are obligated to advise the client that you have insurance if a lawyer is bereft of coverage. Others do it more at a regulatory level when you sign your state bar fee application, I guess, every year you can disclose it on there. So there's many, many different ways to do that, but the fact that the state bar has sort of opened up this can of worms, again, shows the importance and topicality of this issue. This is a hot button issue. And all the different ways to structure a disclosure rule would be something that we're going to study. Anything else on number 4? Number 5 is the advisability of mandating errors and omissions insurance for attorneys licensed in the state and attendant consideration. There is the biggie. So mandatory insurance. Again, Oregon has some form of it, and at least until recently was the only state to mandate insurance. Idaho now has joined Oregon, at least as of the beginning of this year, 2018, and other states are pushing similar proposals through the various processes. Some have made it through the other end and decided not to do it. So that's a biggie. Any thoughts on number 5, mandatory insurance in California? And then number 6 is other proposed measures relating to errors and omissions insurance for attorneys in the state that will further the goal of public protection. Sort of a catch-all, I guess. So we'll see how that gets interpreted. Any thoughts on number 6 or feedback? And then just to skip to the end of 60695, the State Bar may consider any past studies, including but not limited to any relevant actuarial studies, any current information that is available to the State Bar from other entities, such as the American Bar Association regarding errors and omissions insurance. So that is there to encourage and permit us to look at the data that has been collected by other states in their study or through the implementation of a mandatory mandatory insurance program or mandatory disclosure rules. And that is what I was identifying in terms of the materials. We have a lot of that information already, but there literally is an endless amount of statistics and data available to us should we want to do a deeper dive. Anything else on that? Okay. So I wanted to turn sort of fairly brief, really, but I think it's important, like any study like this, to have sort of a historical perspective so we can put into context, you know, why this is now a flashpoint, if you will. Kathy, I'm going to turn to you in a second because you've been more involved than me specifically on a lot of these. Being the principal of Lawyers Mutual Insurance Company was you know, sort of in gestation through this debate over this topic, you know, many years ago, and eventually Lawyers Mutual came to be. Also, the program that is the California State Bar's sponsored professional liability program also grew out of this phenomena. There were different conditions back over the years that sort of forced this issue, hard markets and soft markets and insurance crises and so on. But I came up with 3 or 4 instances, actually I came up with 5 instances where this was studied. Kathy, you came up with more. What's the history that you were able to piece together? You had a front row seat on a lot of this.
Just by way of background, in the 70s is kind of when there was a malpractice crisis, and a lot of the well-known national carriers left the market space and left lawyers unable to find insurance. And at that point, I believe there was a committee convened to kind of analyze the problem and to figure out what could be done so that the lawyers and the public could be protected in the future without having to worry about availability of coverage. As a result of all of those committee meetings, and there was a concern for availability of insurance, there was a concern of educating lawyers on how to prevent claims. There was a concern for lawyers, protecting lawyers, to have a market where they could get insurance. And so all of those influences came to bear on the creation of Lawyers Mutual. We were formed as a mutual company so that each policyholder would have a share in the company, if you will, by having a policy. We initially raised capital by collecting it from those people that wanted to be insured. We involved the local bar associations up and down the state of California, who were very interested in the idea of a board of directors who were made up of lawyers running the company for lawyers, with the notion that we were going to help lawyers have protection as well as protect the public. So our first president, Robert Chick, was very involved in a lot of these committee meetings. He met with the State Bar, he made presentations on insurance, mandatory insurance and not mandatory insurance, and why not. Historically, Lawyers Mutual has been against mandatory insurance, allowing lawyers to run their business and decide what they want to do as business people. Through the years, the topic has come up a variety of times, at least 5 to 7 times that I could count it just in the paperwork that we've provided. And it has been Lawyers Mutual's position that our mission is to help lawyers prevent claims, so educating them. The first company I believe you mentioned in the materials was Reliance, and they had a loss prevention component. We actually took that kind of and ran with that. We were established in 1978, so we have been in the market for a long time. We were designed to stay in the market. We are still here 40 years later. We were designed to educate lawyers on how to run a successful business and law practice, how to prevent claims. I can say that historically we have very low claims currently because that education program has been working. We also were designed to withstand the vagaries of the market itself. So with carriers coming in and out of the market at different charges of premium and credits and debits, our premium has remained stable. The rate hasn't really changed in over 20 years, with the notion that we intend to be here for another 40. And so we have been we were the State Bar's answer to the crisis in essence. We grew out of that. The committee knew we were established. If you look back in the records, you will see that Lawyers Mutual was created in essence by the State Bar. Even though it is not an endorsed program by the State Bar, it is not run by the State Bar, and we believe that, there's a lot of competition in the marketplace, which is good for lawyers to have a choice. It is also good depending on what kind of practice you have, what needs you have, and how to best protect your practice and the public as well. So I think that kind of summarizes how we came to be. So we've been in the forefront, we've been in the kind of the front seat watching all of this over the years, and have remained vigilant in protecting the public and lawyers.
Yeah, I think that one of the earlier flashpoints was in 1977, before I started practicing law. There was either a very, very hard insurance market, meaning not any capacity or any interest in writing lawyers in California for whatever the reason was back then. I mean, I just sort of made a mental note that at one point in time in California and most every other state, lawyers didn't sue each other. And that the gloves came off probably somewhere in the 70s or so. So maybe that led to the speeding frenzy of let's go sue the local lawyer, and that dissuaded a bunch of carriers from taking on that risk here. I actually don't know, but either it was an extremely hard market or there was no carrier writing in California. Does anybody know? There was a period of time here where there was...
It was in the 70s when the carriers just left.
Yeah, they just did that. Like,
litigation rose in the 80s to the highest levels of suing lawyers, and so there was, again, another kind of exodus of carriers who, at that point it was basically an occurrence-based policy, so they were having long exposure periods of time, and so economically for the insurance companies it was getting very harsh to maintain their presence in California. After that, in the late 80s, mid-80s, policies churned to a claims-made reported format, which kind of was able to contain the costs. You then had more lawyers coming into the market who were defending lawyers, so there was a specialty that arose. You had plaintiffs' lawyers who were getting very conscious of the fact that lawyers were committing errors during the 80s, and they were willing to take those cases to court. So you had a kind of a hill of claims in the 80s that just exploded, and then as they subsided, then lawyers started to get prevention and how do we stop these claims from happening, get educated. We had an MCLE long before the state bar operated, so we offered education on how to prevent claims. And I think in the 80s is when the state bar started making education mandatory, part of a movement to educate lawyers on how to be better practitioners and prevent those claims and protect the public. So you have a variety. You have the marketplace itself. You have the explosion of litigation. You have lawyers weren't really aware of what they were doing at that point to cost so many claims, and through the education process, that has changed.
Yeah, Scott.
Just to add one other piece, I think part of in that same time period is when the legislature really beefed up the statute of limitations. And I think that was a big part in reaction to the malpractice insurance crisis. So they, it's a one-year statute, and they defined it to be pretty broad as far as what type of claims would fall under the statute. And my recollection is that was, in large part, a reaction to the insurance crisis. So I think it's another piece that's relevant to this issue.
Yeah, great point. Heather, go ahead.
Just wanted to add too, as I was listening to Kathy talk, and I did not know that entire history, it was really interesting. It occurred to me how far this whole area of the law has come, and for the people here who are not aware, the State Bar of California offers specializations. You can specialize in things like trust and estates. And I think it was, Randy, what would you say, maybe 5-6 years ago, the State Bar offered a new specialization. Now as a lawyer, you can specialize in legal malpractice. I'm a specialist. I think Randy's a specialist. A couple other people are specialists. It's not for any particular person in that realm. It's plaintiffs, it's defense, it's people who do ethics, people who do risk management. But I mean, back from the day when people couldn't get insurance, now that it being this specialized area in the State Bar, I just think it shows how far we've come since that time.
So this phenomenon was Judge, did I miss you? Go ahead.
Just a little added perspective. I think at if I remember it correctly, the lawyers' malpractice issues followed not long after the medical malpractice issues that led to MICRA. And so the markets were kind of in tumult. And also, although I've never heard anybody say anything about the effect of it, the demographics of the proportion of younger lawyers to older lawyers was tending to explode around them. And my bar numbers is or was in the 58,000. One of the senior partners in my firm was like at 29,000. Shortly thereafter, within 10 years, the number of lawyers increased dramatically. So the risk pool was a lot different, and those weren't all being absorbed anywhere.
Right, and maybe with a lot of new lawyers, a lot more risk and less appetite to write lawyers in California. So it tends to sort of feed on itself.
Right.
So, yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Just one other very broad perspective on that is also lawyers' malpractice insurance. Coverage is affected by other insurance markets, and that may not be instantly obvious to people who don't look into this, but things like catastrophe claims, hurricanes and fires and earthquakes and things can change where the money goes, and things like investment opportunities and equities and so forth. There's a certain amount of capacity and money in the world to write risks in different fields. And so over the last 10 or 15 years, that's been an interesting dynamic to watch too. So it's not always just about the lawyers, it's about whether it's a profitable line of business and whether the companies want to write that. I mean, as far as I understand, it's been a pretty soft market in most of both the London markets and the domestic markets have been having trouble in recent years raising rates. So that isn't necessarily tied to things we all focus on the granular level of statute of limitations and anti-SLAPP, or sort of discrete things to lawyers' malpractice.
Well, it might be a factor because when we get into what other states have done, including what other states have done more recently, it's interesting to read how they analyze the mandatory insurance component as, being in a hard market. I don't know that the last time we saw a hard market here in California seems to be plenty of capacity. I kept reading that thinking, interesting that they would look at it that way. But and it's a factor, there's no question. Yeah, Dan?
Yeah, what Lisa's saying, I think, is critical, very important, especially on number 1 and 3 of the legislators' questions. Adequacy, affordability is so tied in with capacity by these insurance carriers. The claims are important, so we're working with a very moving target on this whole year's project. What could be good today and affordable today may not be in 3 years. The hurricanes, interest rates, if interest rates start going up, investors are going to be putting more money in banks and less money in insurance companies. Capacity is going to come down. Costs are going to go up, regardless of claims. Right. So, unfortunately, that's part of this. How you guys have been able to keep your rates steady is admirable. It's a hard task.
Yeah, those are great points because professional liability insurance operates within a much bigger world of all sorts of other professional liability and insurance products, and is all subject to climate and catastrophic demands over the years too. So when we look at it's all well and good to look at protecting the public, but when you look at options like mandatory insurance, is it going to be an actuarially sound proposal for California lawyers and California citizens or victims of malpractice? So that's sort of things that are going to need to be looked at as well. Glenn, did you have a thought?
Well, just in terms of the history, I remember there was a time period, and I always have trouble kind of putting a bracket around this in the years, but the savings and loan fiasco and kind of increase in severity claims against lawyers, driving a big concern about whether there was sufficient errors and omissions coverage available to people. We really haven't had that type of event against lawyers, kind of since that, but I know that was part of that time period as well.
Yeah, I mean, that that probably is going to be a factor, without handicapping it one way or the other, probably going to be a factor in terms of at least the landscape of what we're looking at here, because there haven't been, you know, terrible public event involving lawyers for the most part. Relatively smooth sailing in terms of claims frequency and severity, relatively stable marketplace in California, if not soft for a number of years, and available insurance. Many carriers still feel like they can come to California and turn a profit, so it's not a place that's being avoided anymore. So those are things that may or may not impact some of the answers to these questions. Just a couple of little artifacts to when this all sort of coalesced back in the late 70s. Actually, there was legislation that was drafted that eventually created, I think it was called something like a client protection board or something like that. The proposal was that it would mimic the Oregon Fund, and eventually made its all the way through all the way through the legislature. Somewhere along the line, they took a poll of California lawyers, and this is an interesting statistic. You'll see this come up with other studies, that only 52% of California lawyers were in favor of it. That turned things because Jerry Brown in 1978 vetoed that legislation, and it just ended up turning it into some sort of a study that ended up, you know, sort of like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. It ended up in some Creighton museum someplace back in a corner, and now it's just a remnant. And interesting that was the actual history. And then it flared up. It was called California Attorneys Professional Liability Fund. Flared up again in 1987. Did not pass then. More commission of surveys. Another statistic that we're going to be looking at here is, and maybe even the starting point of all these questions, without second guessing the legislature on why they wanted a study to be commissioned here, is there a crisis? Are there lots of uninsured lawyers walking around and can't find insurance or pay for it, and are victims, you know, being cast out of, you know, their homes and beds because they don't have a policy or assets to make them whole? Some of the statistics you'll see from other states vary quite dramatically. The survey that was done by the State Bar back in the late 80s suggested that there was about 30% or so, on average, uninsured lawyers in private practice in California. That's a big number, and that, I think, is what sort of perhaps makes the legislature's heads turn. In other states, maybe not so much, but we're also dealing with tiny bars in other states, so whether that's an apt comparison or a comparison group or not is maybe a question. Those statistics in California are a little bit hard to come by. California State Bar runs a survey of California lawyers every 5 years or so, and we have those materials available to you. It wasn't until more recently that we asked California lawyers whether they were insured or not. There's all sorts of ways to splice the information in California, whether they're currently in practice or practicing, whether they are in private practice. Of course, many other lawyers that work in the public sector or the judiciary or whatever don't have to maintain insurance, and so you carve all that out. When you shake all that out and get a reliable statistic about how many of these private practice lawyers, just throwing out the size of the firm for a second, how many of these private practice lawyers actually don't have insurance, walking around bereft of coverage? You won't know. Those numbers are sort of hard to find. We have sort of guessed over the years that perhaps it's still somewhere between 20 and as high as 30%. I don't know. So that's something that maybe deserves a deeper dive. We know that, and this is going to get back to the small and solo stake in this game, that lawyers with big firms, they're all insured. Lawyers in the 1 to 5s, that's where you start to see some percentages rise in terms of uninsured. So, and then I have a memory of this flaring up maybe about 10 years ago or so. I think I was on some task force to study it again. That didn't get quite out of the garage, and was no further pursuit of that, and then, that brings us to last year, so. Any other thoughts on just the history of this? Yeah, Kathy?
Well, I'm probably getting way ahead of us here, but in listening to that last sort of assessment of where we might be in terms of the percentage of uninsured lawyers, it seems to me that the parallel question is, what information, what statistics, what stats, reports do we have on why that matters? So for me, as a public interest consumer advocate kind of person, my question will be, and I assume we're going to build this into our study methodology at some point, is do we know how many members of the public have been adversely impacted because of any lack of insurance, and to what extent, and who has that information, and will we be able to capture it?
Well, it may be one of the more important questions, at least to understand, what the phenomena is that we're being asked to get our arms around here. And I'm not suggesting that it has to be a crisis or a crisis of confidence or any sort of crisis at all. We obviously have a job to do, we still have to do it, but it would be interesting to know, if nothing else, from a contextual perspective, what is it that we're looking at and what are we trying to solve? And maybe on the one end of the spectrum we go, everything's great, we don't need to do anything, our recommendation is to stay the course, or on the other hand, say there's lots of gaps in this, in the idea of public protection, and the various mechanisms that are available to the State Bar and Board of Trustees to ensure public protection. Lots of holes there, and these are some different things to look at, and everything else in between. Personally, I don't know the answer to the question of how many members of the public have been victimized by an uninsured lawyer. It would be completely anecdotal. And the good news is we don't have, a pack of Girl Scouts that are penning this now because of this, and this just hasn't become a hot button issue, whereas with other professions that does flare up every now and again. Is that fortuitous? I don't know, maybe. In terms of the lawyer, the percentage of uninsured lawyers, depending on how you splice that data, the latest, again, don't take my word for it, the numbers are here. In California, that is anywhere from a low of 20% to maybe as high as 30%. In other states, just as a comparison, their statistics, and this is how they rationalized doing nothing, it's 10%. In Nevada, they went through all the statistics and came out with, there's 355 lawyers in Nevada that don't have insurance on it. It's not a crisis. So they're like, oh, okay, well, we don't want to do anything about this. But we've got a big beast here. So those are some considerations.
I'd be really interested to know what the economy was like each time this issue comes up. I just have a feeling that if we were in 2010 and law firms were closing left and right, we wouldn't be having this discussion. And maybe it's my pessimism about the state of the economy and how it may be in a couple of years, and putting added pressure on law firms and having them spend more money when maybe the economy might not be this good in a couple of years. But I'm wondering if this is a conversation that happens when the economy is strong, and then it goes away when the economy is weak because people are worried about the state open. It's just a thought towards the back of my mind, and it may have nothing to do with it, but I'm just curious.
I personally don't know. I mean, I understand the idea of the overall economy or the health of the lawyer marketplace has bearing on it. It raises sort of a finer point, and you'll see this in some of the studies and so on. And that is, does something like mandatory insurance or even mandatory disclosure of the lack of insurance, does that unfairly penalize lawyers that don't make as much money as other lawyers? Maybe you're in legal services someplace, maybe you can't afford it, maybe your rates are lower because you're starting out. That's a huge issue, and I don't know that I suppose the economy would have bearing on that. I don't know that that's at play here unless somebody else has it. But it's a great observation.
That was one of my other things I was wondering, and I kind of put it under number 6, where you had the other proposed measures. Is one of those things like potentially having a fund for lawyers doing pro bono, or nonprofits, or those kinds of groups that, I mean, I assume if it's actually a nonprofit, if it's an organization, they probably do have some kind of insurance, but if there's a lawyer, for instance, just doing pro bono here or there, something to cover those kinds of people, because I do know there are some attorneys who do pro bono, say, after they retire. And for them to have to get malpractice, would that cut down on those things that we want them to keep doing?
It's a good point. You'll see it in the other studies, and the reaction to that is maybe even the finer point in that is there some subset of a premium structure that would reward those, or at least not penalize those, that provide services either at a lower rate or participate in legal services or pro bono work. It's a great topic and great question.
Three really quick points. To respond to Kathleen's very good question about that data, I just wanted to say I think it's just not available, unfortunately. It's anecdotally available. But the problem is even if you figure out how many people are uninsured, then you have to figure out how many lawsuits are filed against them. Then you have to figure out how many of these lawsuits have merit, which is a whole other issue. And it's just, several decades in this business that would be hard to quantify. So I think there will be a lot of anecdotes discussed in the course of this committee work. Randy and I have spoken about that, and that's just going to be the reality. We're going to be a committee that in some ways does not have hard data available. One of the most comprehensive malpractice studies that has been done is the ABA Standing Committee on Lawyers' Professional Liability. I served on that committee for 3 years and I'm still very involved. They do a national claims survey, and they do it every 5 years. And a lot of insurers do their own internal claims surveys, but so far that's what I've seen in terms of the best data we have about legal malpractice claims and legal malpractice data. So I just wanted to give you my perspective on that. And Connie, I wanted to tell you the issue about pro bono, how, wise of you to raise that. The ABA Standing Committee on Lawyers' Professional Liability noted the same problem. We wrote a white paper on the issue of malpractice insurance for pro bono attorneys. I actually personally authored that white paper. And it's available on our website, the ABA Standing Committee on Lawyers' Professional Liability. But it's not an easy issue. You have to read like a 5-page paper to figure out how you're adequately insured as a pro bono attorney. So I think I just love the point that you raised. And then the final point I just wanted to make is, Randy's highlighted this, and it's later in the agenda, but I just want to give my personal perspective on it. Obviously, mandatory malpractice insurance is one of our, marching points, something we need to study. But in my view, especially given the scope of the mandate, it's equally important for us to be considering these other measures that Randy has highlighted and that are listed in the statute. And I know we're going to get into this in whole meetings, but other states are doing a lot of creative things short of mandatory malpractice insurance. For example, Illinois mandates that attorneys who don't carry malpractice insurance complete a self-assessment. Like, how are you running your law practice? What are you doing? If they don't complete it, I think there's some consequence. I can't remember what it is. But I think this is a great chance for us to be a leader in coming up with ideas. Well, of course, mandatory malpractice insurance may be our conclusion. Maybe we think it is necessary. But certainly, I think we should also be coming up with creative ideas on what we can be doing short of mandatory malpractice insurance to further protect the public. And I bet there's ideas that nobody else has thought about there. Illinois came up with this kind of cool thing. I thought it was cool. But, other states, it's amazing the lack of really creative ideas that are out there. And I know this because, again, at the APA level, we vet this. And the Illinois idea was like the newest, freshest idea in a decade. So I think we need to place equal emphasis, from my personal perspective, on other public protection measures short of mandating malpractice insurance.
And as a quick example, just to get your brain working on this, we have MCLE here, but we have carriers, private insurers that write in California, including the State Bar Sponsored Program and LMIC, that have robust educational programs for their insured, free legal research, and wonderful speakers, and many, many different ways to avoid the pitfalls of being a lawyer. And I think that's, I would like to say, that's in large part accounts for at least the leveling of claims, if not the decided some claims over the years. So that's another thing that might be part of the catch-all on number 6. So you say, well, we just want to, have I know that the State Bar considered increasing the number of hours required for MCLE, or can't recall where we left off with that. I testified about that a few years ago, but is that coming up? And so that, that may be something else to throw into that equation as well. A bunch of people with comments. We will take a break for lunch in a few seconds. Or do we know where we go?
It's here. It's out in the.
Okay.
I was just going to
each of you be assigned your own waiter and bottle of wine. Leah Wilson is the person picking up the tab for our range of wines, from $100 to $400 a bottle. So feel free to partake. Go ahead.
Quickly, that statistic has been proven that the courses and MCLE and risk management, you have a better risk. CNA has done an elaborate study. We give a premium discount to those that have done it, and we're told as the brokers, encourage it, encourage it, and encourage it. So, this is coming from a statistical insurance carrier's perspective. So,
great. Go ahead, Scott.
I was just going to say, since we were talking about some of the anecdotal stuff, one of the things is the attorney that actually is responsible and goes out there and gets insurance, but then somehow he's dealing with another attorney who doesn't have insurance, and he might be the one left holding the bag. So you talk about the public interest, but maybe there is an interest in the attorney who actually is the responsible one who gets insurance. So just thought I'd pass that on as anecdotal. I don't think you can figure out how many people are impacted by that, but I can tell you personally, I've dealt with a number of cases where that happens, especially with joint and several liability in California.
It's a real, we defense lawyers know that that's a real issue, but it's also part of a broader issue as well. Because we were talking about the survey that the State Bar does every 5 years. We actually have one from 2017. And the State Bar, in this one, asked, are you covered by malpractice insurance? And then it's divided up, spliced down between large, medium, and small firms and so on. As you would guess, large firm, medium firm, even small firm, close to 100%. And then it works its way down to solo practice. Trying to see if there's any other, I'm assuming that one lawyer really should have been divided up maybe into 1 to 5s, because that's a whole other category that tends to have larger percentages of uninsured. But solo practitioner, California 2017, 31.5%. Uninsured. 31.5%.
Hey Randy, is there any indication, have they ever surveyed why people are uninsured? I know that some of the materials, for instance, in Nevada, I thought there was some very interesting feedback on that. Has that happened in California?
Well, the next question on 2017 survey.
I'm prescient.
Thanks. You can be my setup guy.
Yeah. I saw it coming.
What are the reasons you are not covered by legal malpractice insurance? These are, there's all sorts of different statistics on this, but generally speaking, these are consistent with what I've seen nationwide. Not needed, 60.5%. Cost, 35%. Small percentages beyond that, and a few other things. Not needed in cost. Cost is usually higher, I think, in some of the other surveys.
Those are related, though, of course, right? I mean, as the cost goes up, the less you think you need it if you're on the board.
Yeah, it's like,
don't need that word plays into this thing too.
So yeah, I mean, cost and feeling like, and not needed doesn't mean, I'm immune from malpractice. Probably if you were a small solo practitioner, which essentially that question was directed to, you probably say, my clients have been with me for 50 years and they would never sue me, and they love me, and so I don't need it. That's just my take on one of the reasons why you would think it's not needed. There may be a million reasons why, but yeah. Okay.
To Kathleen's point about asking why, what's the big deal? It's kind of the question I have, because in the materials they presented here, there was a survey done, I don't know how long ago, when there was like 4,000 people that responded, and they asked them, have your clients been impacted by not having insurance? And there was one out of all of that said, I didn't have enough funds to pay the judgment. So I was like, well, if it's not a judgment issue and the public is being protected somehow, whether you have money in your pocket to pay it, or you have insurance, or you have some other source of indemnity. I'm still kind of at a loss why we're back here setting this again at this point, since there's a lot of insurance in the marketplace. Claims are very low right now. And is there some impetus, Heather, that you know of, that the legislature, is it part of the client trust fund doesn't have enough income? They want to kind of, how is that all tied together?
Well, I think, are you talking about the Client Security Fund of the
Yeah.
State Bar? Now, that has a pretty narrow scope. When I was chair of the RAD committee here at the State Bar, I was very involved in the Client Security Fund. The Client Security Fund basically, and I'm going to not paraphrase this correctly, I'm sure, but it basically reimburses you up to $100,000 if you qualify, if your attorney has essentially stolen your fees, stolen money from you in terms of usually fees somehow. So it doesn't cover malpractice for sure. The Client Security Fund has a very narrow scope. And it's, for example, a lawyer has a personal injury case and doesn't transmit your settlement to you. Or a lawyer, takes $10,000 from you and doesn't provide any legal services at all. This Client Security Fund will, if you qualify, reimburse that amount up to $100,000, unless the limit has changed. I haven't been involved in a couple of years. Okay. And Joanna and Linda, who are in the know, are nodding. But in terms of what is the impetus for this, I do not think it's because there's been some huge influx of malpractice claims. I do not think it's because the legislature has had a bunch of people come to them claiming to have been harmed by a lack of legal malpractice insurance. Really, Kathy, if I were, as my personal perspective, having observed these conversations, I think it's simply because it hasn't been studied since 1999, and I think it's because of the fact that other states and other jurisdictions and other countries do have mandatory malpractice insurance. And if you read about them, and you certainly have, as have many people in this room, you probably know Dan Pennington from Canada, who goes around and talks to everybody. He's just the greatest. He's the guy in charge of the Ontario Mandatory Malpractice Insurance Risk Management Program. But if you hear these people talk from other jurisdictions, they're highly supportive of their mandatory malpractice insurance programs. And they talk about all the wonderful things it has done for both their lawyers and their populations. So my take on it is, it's not a particular problem, but just something that, in light of what other jurisdictions are doing, the California legislature felt needed to be studied again. But again, I do think that there is, part of it is driven by the observation that states like Illinois are taking steps short of mandating malpractice insurance to protect the public, and the legislature wants us to study that, and we haven't studied that for sure. I mean, mandatory malpractice insurance may have been studied in the late 90s, but Joanna can tell me otherwise, but I don't think there's been any serious effort in California to talk about ways to protect the public from attorneys who don't carry mandatory malpractice insurance, such as Illinois is doing.
Well, here's just a short observation. And obviously, we have our charge to do here. We're going to do it no matter what. But fast forward a couple of years, and maybe all these other states that are studying this, and maybe a few other jump on the bandwagon in a couple of years, and they'll say, we're going to have mandatory insurance in North Dakota, and South Dakota, and Florida, and Texas, and Georgia, and all these other places. And all of a sudden everybody goes, well, what are you guys doing in California? I mean, you're the biggest bar around. Yeah, there's no big touchstone crisis going on, but gee whiz, you guys are the leaders. Now you seem like you're behind the time. And I don't know, I'm not asking that question myself, but legislators might ask that question. State bar leaders might ask that question. I'm not suggesting anybody has to be clairvoyant, but that's one way to look at this. Joanna, I wanted to get to you because I know. Welcome, by the way. Thank you. I'm sorry it took more time to get down here.
Well, I'm in Burbank. It's the first time that's happened to me. But I don't want to stand in the way of everybody in lunch. So I'm wondering if you just want to put me my head.
How's everybody doing? We've been going 2.5 hours, so yeah, pretty solid. So can we, do you mind? Okay.
Yeah, no, I think
hold that thought.
I'd be more late.
Okay. Mark.
Yeah, I just have something quick to say.
Food for thought for lunch.
What?
Yes, food for thought for lunch.
Food
Good.
for thought.
Put it up there.
Okay. So In terms of what the scope of the problem that we're dealing with, we're never going to know the harm to the public, because I know if someone seeks my services, as soon as I find out that the lawyer who has been complained about does not have insurance, I'm not going to take the case. So people who have been harmed by a lawyer, and it becomes known that the lawyer doesn't have insurance, we're never going to know about those, how many there are. I know that I see a fair amount, and I just will not go any further in the conversation. And then the people say to me, well, can you refer me to another lawyer? And I say, I can refer you to another lawyer, but I really can't, because they won't take the case either. And if one of them were to refer me to you, I'd be really pissed off at them, because they know I won't take a case where there's not a lawyer on the other, where there's not insurance on the other side. And to bring this to this is a food for thought, to bring this to a slightly higher level, this is not just about dollars and cents, the issue of mandatory insurance, in my opinion. Lawyers are fiduciaries. And I think that there's some sense now of obligation, and I think because all the other states are thinking about these issues, is lawyers should be able to protect the client when a lawyer doesn't have insurance or cancels his or her insurance policy, et cetera. And I think that is kind of the foundation of part of this inquiry. Is when a client trusts a lawyer, and the client thinks that the lawyer's going to take care of his or her problem, and then they find out not only has the attorney made a mistake, which happens to all of us, but then there's no source of recovery, and the client has pinned their hopes on their fiduciary. I think that's part of the issue here.
Yeah, two good points. One is sort of the silent problem, and we've seen over the last couple of years these things that were silent for so many years are now all of a sudden out there once it gathers some momentum. So I agree with the phenomena that those victims, I don't know, it is hard to find them, because there's never anybody carrying their torch, because nobody's going to take the case. So it's a good thought. And there is a lot to be said, both in California, but in any state, on behalf of any lawyer, as to a lawyer's fiduciary obligation to the client. In the good times, where you're out getting great results, or it happens to go bad. So there's a good argument for that fiduciary duty being as broad as possible to make sure that the client is protected in case. So with that, let's eat lunch.
It's nice to meet you.
I know you're
Yeah, I think they're well built, they just flat. Yeah. Something they couldn't hear us.
Yeah, right.
Where I was put stuff in, they never put the binders or what we always
Yeah.
Good. Okay. All right, folks, welcome back from our lunch recess. We're now back on the web broadcast, and we are live. So I wanted to sort of take up where we left off, and Joanna, I've forgotten about you. I know you wanted to make some comments. I think where we are, where I intended to be with the discussion we had just before the lunch recess, was just to talk about the context of the current dynamic that we're looking at here with this study. There's a lot of components to that, but I want to continue to be mindful of, you know, how any number of external factors sort of have some bearing on where we come out of this. And I hope as we work our way through these questions that we are creative and imaginative and free thinkers, as we should be here in California, about how to solve this public protection problem, or at least the perception of a public protection problem. And I think that the legislature was purposeful in asking the questions, as they have in other states, on getting us to focus on the information that will be most helpful to them and their constituents when they take this, first the Board of Trustees, but then perhaps ultimately the legislature, on understanding the issue. They are not lawyers there in Sacramento anymore, or it's not the percentage of lawyers that they used to have back in the day. Much of this may not be completely intuitive. So it'd be good to us to fulfill our role as imaginatively and expansively as possible. So I encourage you to be free thinkers about these ideas, and also bring your thoughts to, where we are. What's the purpose of this? What are we trying to accomplish through this study? And being that we are California, we probably have an extra burden of being the biggest gorilla out there in terms of state bar and the number of attorneys that potentially are going to be impacted by this one way or the other, and maybe also the number of members of the public that are going to be impacted by this one way or the other. So I wanted to encourage your thought on that. Joanna, you had some follow-up on some of the comments that were made in this morning's session.
Yeah, I wanted to bring some broader perspective from the Board of Trustees level. And I wanted, Leah Wilson, our Executive Director, has joined us. And Leah, you can follow up with anything I say if you think it would be helpful. But the board last year, we looked at our mission statement and what public protection encompasses. And one of the major things that we're trying to focus on, and we're looking at things through the lens of access to justice. And it's a major part of public protection. And I don't want that to get lost as we look at these issues, because we have people graduating from law school with huge student loan debt. And if we are going to add further requirements for them, we have to look at that in the big scheme of things, how that affects them, how that affects the public with respect to access to justice. The pro bono attorneys, the same thing. We really want to be careful and make sure we look at that issue as we look at everything else when we consider public protection. In this regard also, the board has already put on a strategic plan to look at the concept of a self-assessment and requiring it for attorneys. So we've already started looking at that. At our January board meeting, we had people from Colorado come in and talk about their self-assessment program. And that was very helpful to give us an idea of what's involved with that. And we're going to follow up on that already. We also, for new lawyers, starting this year, there's a 10-hour MCLE requirement just for new lawyers. It's online. It's kind of like when you get a ticket with the DMV and you go online and have to take that course. And you have to go through it and answer questions. Not that I would know. It kind of forces you to read the material, understand the material as you're going through it. You can't move forward until you've answered some questions. And it's great. And it might be something, it focuses on things such as ethics, professional responsibility, I guess, the substance abuse, emotional stuff. And is there a client trust attorney? Yes. Okay. Things actually a lot of attorneys find very valuable. So we might want to, the board might be considering rolling that out, making it available to all lawyers, but it might be something we should address here. I don't know what the insurance carriers provide as far as MCLE, but if there are things there that are particularly helpful, we might talk about rolling it out to all lawyers in the state. Having things available with technology and electronically now makes things much easier to do than they were in the past. And we need to consider things in that context. The proactive management of risk is really important and something the board is very interested in doing. And I just wanted to finally add, there was an actuarial study done last time this was studied, and I've asked Judge Perkins to contact his colleague, Kevin Colhane, who is very knowledgeable about that. Hopefully he has a copy or can tell us how to find it, because it was very pivotal in their decision about the mandatory malpractice insurance issue. So I'm hoping we can get a hold of that soon. Leah, can you think of anything else the board is doing that might be relevant? No, not at this time, but certainly we can put something together to provide as an update for this group in writing.
Well, it's great to hear about sort of the board's sensibility about these issues and the types of things they're thinking about in this specific context, but just in terms of overarching issues down the road. Joanna or Leah or Heather, can you further define access to justice? I mean, I think I understand what it is, but what do you, how does that boil down to the real world?
That's a big one.
Okay.
It's the availability to the public to legal services and the court system, and what's preventing people from having reasonable representation and ability to represent themselves and all those concepts with regard to our judicial system. It's a very broad concept, but anything that makes it more difficult for people to retain legal assistance or have access to the courts. You want to add to that, Deborah?
I was just going to say the access to justice is obviously a big topic, but the way Joanna nailed it with her last comment, the way it would relate to this discussion is to the extent you place what some people perceive to be impediments to people practicing law and providing legal services, including additional costs. Some people view that as a way of limiting access to justice, and it's a broad statement. But for example, if you are an attorney who's providing very low-cost legal services, let's say you're providing legal services at $100 an hour, and you are helping people access justice through that means, but you can't afford malpractice insurance and therefore you don't carry it, but then we mandate that you carry malpractice insurance, somebody could argue that that's an impediment to the ability to deliver those low-cost legal services. And that's not my view, I'm just saying that's the argument I've heard made. That's what you're saying, Joanna, right? Yeah.
And that's certainly what, when you couple that with the huge law school debt that people are coming out with, a lot of people have been going solo because of their inability to get legal jobs due to the market. The way the board addressed that issue is adding this 10-hour ancillary requirement. Ironically, though, the studies have shown that most of the discipline comes from attorneys that practice 10 years or more. It's not the new attorneys that are the problem. And so, I think we need to broaden our scope of how we're doing prevention and not focus on the new attorneys, but to add a high expense item to a new practice when they're already burdened with debt could drive them out of the market. It could keep them from providing pro bono service or low cost legal services.
I would just add that from co-op's perspective, access to justice also means having people in the legal profession who look like the people on the street. So a person who's seeking legal help for whatever the issue is, whether it's a housing issue or a criminal issue or an employment issue, may not feel comfortable going to an attorney who's from a different culture or background than they are. And so they might feel more comfortable if they could go to an attorney that looked or sounded like them or spoke their native language or whatever that is. And sometimes people who grow up with a different language as their first language, they come from an economic background that isn't quite as privileged, and so they do take on that huge debt. And so when they come out, if you have a huge debt and then you have more expenses, and you don't have somebody, pitching in for your down payment on your car or down payment on your house or paying off your student loan debt or whatever it is, then every little bit of expense costs hugely. And maybe it keeps you from taking that job, helping those poorer or less fortunate people, because you just really cannot afford it at all. And then that person maybe doesn't go and get help because the only person who's offering it is intimidating to them.
Well, we've already talked about it, but you'll see that sentiment or a variation of that sentiment expressed in some of the other state studies where small law office and solo practitioners are particularly sensitive to cost. Now, what you said slices it down a little bit further, But that's a huge factor in state bars assessing whether mandatory insurance or some aspect of mandatory insurance is appropriate. You'll see in New Jersey, for example, that the cost to practitioners to purchase insurance is disproportionately felt on small shops or solo shops. And the same would be true for newer students or newer students who had to take on debt because of restriction of other resources. It would affect them even more acutely. So that's an issue that I think is worthy of some close examination as we look at the idea of mandatory insurance. Certainly other bars have identified that as an important factor as well.
Let's take High Five North Burbank.
No, I'd get off and go south on Sepulveda.
You're always going to walk Hollywood Way.
Yeah, get in the
We'll take a vote.
I hope they find it. Anything else? What I do want to do here in a minute is talk about the status of other state bar studies, some of which have started, some have ended, some have moved their way through the processes to Board of Trustees or the legislature, and they've come out in many different colors in terms of their conclusions and recommendations. But before we go there, and by the way, I think that you guys can interrupt me, but if you think we should be looking at something else, I'm happy to consider that. But it's helpful, I think, to me, and I think it's helpful to the group to see what other bars have done. Not so much that we have to see, copy what they've looked at. There is a lot of ground that they plowed, and they themselves have looked at other states. They've looked at things historically. They've surveyed their own members. And so a lot of the metrics of what they've been exploring are things that we would similarly look at here. How they ultimately came out, probably somewhat inexplicable. It seems to be sort of micro-oriented. So if the state bar, big or small or medium, sort of says we don't either see a problem or we think it's going to unfairly burden some portion of our practicing lawyers here, we're not going to go for it. But those things tend to be sometimes fairly localized if you read the actual conclusions and report and statistics about what they're looking at there. So again, because we're different in many ways from those jurisdictions, we may look at it similarly or we may come to the same conclusion. So anything else before we move on? The materials in the other states, by the way, are all uploaded into the State Bar website. Sometimes we just have a little article here or there, depending on the sophistication of the bar, and other times we have huge reports. I actually read, I really did, the New Jersey report. I think was about 180 pages of a lot of. I think they did a very good job talking about the pros and cons of disclosure, pros and cons of mandatory insurance, a fair amount of statistics based on surveys that they did. Ultimately came out, and I'll get to this in a minute, ultimately came out saying, mandatory insurance not so good, but disclosure seems kind of cool. And then about a week later, the State Bar went, we don't want either of them. So I don't know where that's going to go. But it's a very interesting outcome for insurers. There are about 100,000 lawyers, by the way, of which, oddly, only about 37,000 are currently in private practice in New Jersey. So a fairly small sampling, if that matters.
New Jersey's Department of Insurance has some real weight to it as far as overseeing this, and they are the only state I know of where you cannot, as a carrier, non-renew somebody unless there's actually an indemnity payment. So, I mean, if you end up having an insured that is just totally hostile to the legal process and doesn't cooperate in his defense and happens to have won the case, a carrier cannot jettison that insured. Where in California, many folks get non-ready to put into the non-admitted market. So their rules are quite a bit different than most other states.
Yeah, good point.
They also have automatic first dollar defense there in New Jersey.
Oh, by DOI rule or
Yeah.
by legislation?
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I guess I would say about New Jersey is that also there's SAFRA fees, which is a huge difference than any other state, which, for those that don't know, a SAFRA fee means that if a plaintiff wins, they get their attorney's fees paid. And even if it's a contingency fee, so if they win $100,000, and let's say they're 35% contingency, they really want $135,000. So it's a huge difference than what's going on in California, and it also impacts the market there, and a lot of insurance carriers I know don't want to really write in Jersey. The other big difference I would say is real estate. You know, residential real estate in New Jersey, almost every closing you have a lawyer. Here, when I bought my house here, I didn't have a lawyer. Usually it's the realtor that kind of steps into that role.
Right.
And so that's another big difference, I think, between New Jersey and California.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just want to remind people, since we are being webcast, to be sure to turn on your microphones and speak. Thank you.
And even more awkward if you can say your name before you speak. It really does help with the transcription. This is Leah Wilson.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to say your name before your comment. I think I addressed Scott and Scott, so hopefully that was Scott Barabash, by the way, homeowner in California. Good points. They also, I think, have sort of a funky statute of limitation, legal malpractice statute of limitation. Yes, so there you go. So, you know, those were real factors and identified in their report as you. So things like that, you know, sometimes skew or impact, you know, their conclusion. So good. So I wanted to start the discussion on other models of dealing with this issue of public protection from lawyers, in particular mandatory legal malpractice and insurance. So we talked earlier about Oregon, and again, Oregon has had a program called PLF in place for 40 years now, and you know, by any measure, it is an actuarially sound program. It is a successful program. Just the continuity of having virtually no interruptions, even based on the vagaries of the economy or other issues that might impact members of the bar in Oregon. They've done a very credible job in maintaining that program there, and it's been around long enough that every member of the bar or potential member of the bar knows that that's exactly what they're getting into there. It is a fund, sort of like a trust fund in how it's created, so it is a state-created creature. It is passed by the legislature, and essentially it is a fund that gets populated by premium dollars by each of the insured members. They have a $300,000 limit available to all of their members. And I think for the last few years or so, the premium structure is broken down, correct me if I'm wrong, to somewhere around $3,500 or $3,600 per member. And so, you know, on balance, you know, there's a, in California, you know, Kathy or others can correct me on this, you know, typical premium for a 5-year practicing lawyer in California with no skid marks, maybe $5,000, $6,000. You have a great new admittee program, so I'm putting that aside. But.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the area of practice and
True.
geography, so it could be anywhere from $1,500 to $5,000 depending on that.
So just as a comparison, so you would think, you know, well, $3,600, that seems okay. You spread that over 12 months, it's not so bad. But you know, there are current programs in California, including in my city, at the State Bar, sponsored professional liability insurance program through Arch that have you know, similar premium structure. Again, there's lots of variations depending on locale and area of practice and so on, certainly lost history, but you know, they're in that range, just to give you a basis of comparison. But for the Oregon model, it's predictable. You it's pretty much been that number year in and year out. Firms or individuals are able to get excess insurance, which is an open market model. So Oregon ELF provided the first $300,000 in coverage. One of the nice things, you'll hear this about Oregon, you'll hear this about Canada, but just to give you the complete understanding of how the other benefits of a program like this is, you first of all got a captive audience. So in terms of collecting information about the claim, why lawyers are getting sued, what we can do to prevent it, you've got all the data right there. You don't have to go out and interview 35 different carriers like we perhaps would have to in California. Why are lawyers getting sued here? What are the things that they're doing wrong? The ABA does a wonderful study every 2 or 3 years as an example that tries to collect that information nationally. I think there's probably other efforts in California or regions to try to collect information about lawyer claims, paid expenses, indemnity payments, severity, frequency, those sorts of things, but also focused on what are the areas of exposure to lawyer practice areas that are providing exposure to lawyers, and also what are the mistakes that lawyer makes. That information is hugely valuable when you go to rate a program and make sure that it is actuarially sound. ELF has it all there. They monopolize all that information, so it's one place. So that's a pretty significant advantage. Somebody like ELF has also has a robust educational program. They have everybody there as a captive audience as well. The program is not burdened by marketing expense. They don't need to market. Everybody's got to get it. They are not burdened by a broker expense. They don't need a broker. Everybody just buys it from them and get it. There's a long list of other advantages that ELF does a very good job on advertising and in terms of the strength of that model. That is one model among many. We'll talk about others of how to execute a mandatory professional liability program. But it's got a long history, and until 2 months ago, it was the only one in the States that has been put into place, although California and other states have considered it over the years, and for one reason or another went in a different direction. Oregon's been there for 40 years now. So, and as I mentioned before, we'll have people available from ELF that will be able to give you all the data that you want about how it is that program works. The differences, they're a tiny little bar, and it's maybe a little bit unfair to California, but they may have a different litigation dynamic in Oregon than in California, where it's still pretty much the Wild West out here in terms of the frequency of claims, and the population always feels like they can lay things at the feet of their lawyer at the end of the day, and maybe that is a big enough difference that we look at a program like that and figure there'd be no way to create that. In California, with just the number of lawyers involved, that would be a monster fund. And so you worry about whether that would be actuarially sound at the end of the day. And of course, there's lots of issues that go with the structure of that. This is something that was considered in the past. Matter of fact, back to the late 70s, a fund, Oregon ELF type fund, being used in California. Ultimately, it did not become legislation. So it's something that's been considered in the past. Some of the responses to those proposals have been pretty much, as I just said, California's a different animal. There'd be no way to put something like that together. Is that too many naysayers on that? Is it worth a new, fresh look at that? Is there a way that a model like that could be structured with all the benefits that you get from that? Sure, there's a way to do that. So the Oregon is going to provide us with a really good model. It may not be completely apples and apples. It may be Macintosh and yellow Macintosh or something like that. But there's a way to make that comparison. Anybody else have any other thoughts or descriptions or experiences with PLF? It's an incredible program, and one that we would naturally look to. So we've got all of their data available to us, and for those of you, well, the entire committee, ultimately we were charged with the responsibility of looking at that model and analyzing it as to whether that can be replicated here in some form in California. For those of you that are on the subcommittee or committee that are going to be looking at that, certainly you're going to want to do a deep dive on that program. Canada, by the way, is similar. Canada, they also have mandatory insurance requirements up there in most of the provinces. Heather mentioned Dan Pennington earlier, who is a real pro when it comes to the concept of mandatory insurance. He, of course, is an advocate of it, but also as a tremendous resource. We will get Dan to one of our meetings as well. And yes, the Canadians did something absolutely right here. They will, tout the advantage of that program inside and out, as well their members and constituents and licensees and members of the public. It's a similar program with some notable differences between the two, but also both of them speak very highly of the idea of having captive information available for underwriting and taking a look at the program to make sure that it's actually really balanced and sound, because you have all the information available to you through the claims process. So, yeah, Mr. Barabash is speaking.
Scott Barabash. Also, I'm wondering if in those situations, if there's any sort of inflation of rates because of the fact that there's this insurance available for everyone. And so that would be something that I would be interested in knowing from Oregon and Canada. I mean, just because of the idea that everybody has some money available to pay these at, I'm wondering if it creates upward pressure on the rates for the defense of those types of claims.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that there's lots of PLF information out there. I don't know that I've seen that addressed. They could answer that question for you in a second. So that's important. Yeah, Mr. Olson.
Yeah, Randy, one thing that kind of jumped out at me when the PLF talks about its program is the single point of contact for claimants. And that's something that they really tout, which is, the public is kind of going to know kind of by operation how the program is set up, who to contact if they have a claim. So they talk about being very, very efficient in terms of pre-claim assistance and, people knowing where to make a contact instead of having to go to the lawyer and fighting the lawyer. They know where the insurance facility is. So just something that I know they talk about when they put it in their PowerPoints all the time.
Yeah, again, sort of benefits that flow from the captive audience up there. It's very hands-on. You will hear from the PLF folks or the Canada programs of how proud they are of their claims process, and dedicated people who obviously know the law. And lots of carriers have great claims teams that handle these claims, but it makes it a little bit easier when you've got a known group and claim trends that they can stay on top of. Great advantage of that data being in place. So, yeah.
One other small point on PLF.
It's Mr. McKenna speaking.
I'm sorry about that, Dan McKenna.
Microphone.
On that point of Oregon and their satisfaction with the PLF, as soon as an attorney up in Oregon notices the bar there that they're doing work down in California, they are immediately told to call one of us because they do not want to touch the California exposure. So for $3,500, it's okay to practice in Oregon, according to them with all the data, but it's not okay to do work down here in California.
It's true. We spent a while talking about that exact subject with the PLF folks last fall. So that's one model, and we have 40 years worth of data and experience behind that. It is worthy of some deep exploration as one way to skin this cat. So we have another variation on the mandatory insurance model that came to us effective this year in Idaho. Again, tiny bar for whatever differences that results in between Idaho and California or any other states. But Idaho adopted what they call an open market model. So it's not a fund, necessarily created by the state like we have with PLF, but it is an open market model where any carrier, I'm presuming they have to be admitted, I think that's a requirement, admitted carrier in Idaho can write a policy of insurance there, and the lawyer insureds are obligated to have insurance, and they go out to the open market and find what works best for them. So it's obviously sort of a middle ground between a fund that gets overseen by the state and other models of mandating insurance. This is one that sort of keeps the old school way of purchasing insurance. It just says you got to get it, good luck, go out and get it. So that's another model. Let's see,
Is that the only one we know of where it's mandatory, the free market?
yeah, well, again, it's only Oregon and Idaho right now. Oregon is
No,
the...
I mean even internationally, because we do know a little bit about Canada.
Oh, no, I mean, most modern nations have mandatory legal malpractice insurance. UK does, I mean, Australia does. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole long list, right?
Because I think a mandatory free market, I'm calling it that model.
It's a fair way to put it, sure.
Yes, might be particularly interesting to us. My thought about the Oregon model, and certainly for the working group or subcommittee that's going to look at it, I'd love to make sure that you all are looking at the administrative costs and just the administrative size, because I remember when I first heard about, I believe, the number of staff, it was sort of shocking, given the size of the Oregon farm, and for us to replicate that in California. I believe that program would have more staff than our state bar, just if you took it to scale. So I think that's kind of, just an interesting or an important factor to also consider.
So, yeah, open market model. I didn't drill down on all the other countries that have some form of mandatory insurance and how they do it. There probably was a description somewhere in the material, but there's a very long list of other countries that require mandatory legal malpractice insurance. I think it's probably so well ingrained there, and that raises an issue, I guess, in terms of the big picture scheme of things of where are we in this process. And if you wanted to drill down further, well, geez, you need insurance to drive a car in California, why should we have insurance to be a lawyer? We actually did a study from some research that we pulled from within the state bar as to those, or within the state, for those professions that require liability insurance in California. There's less than you think, but there are many out there. Accountants are one. Some form of physicians, although that's has some complexity. Dental technicians, any number of them. So that may not be the driving force ultimately in evaluating what California does with its lawyers, or it may not be determinative in the big scheme of things, but it is worthy of looking at that issue of why are those professions regulated the way they are, and we don't do that. We don't take care of our own. So just a thought, because it's worthy of looking at how others deal with and police the profession.
Scott Gardner. Question for anyone who might know. I know there was reference somewhere to some professions that don't require insurance but require some kind of bond or security. And I have no sense of what that cost compared to insurance. Does anybody know? Shaking your head.
I don't know the answer, but I do have a comment on that.
I used to do...
Judge Perkins speaking.
Sorry, Judge Perkins. I used to do some construction law, and one of the problems with residential contractors is being able to get payment in performance bonds, because essentially they didn't have enough bonding capacity to cover maybe more than one job at a time. So that's why you don't see a lot of payment in performance bonds on residential construction contracts, because they're just too expensive. So what the costs are, I don't know, but if you're trying to do it on a per client basis, I'm real skeptical that that's a realistic alternative.
But if you bonded, I guess, and this may be getting ahead, but if you bonded just a judgment, then you sort of, you address some of the issues, but, you know, let an attorney, if they want to take on the defense costs themselves, you know, they can be on the hook for that. But if you're looking at client protection, maybe the client only needs protection against a judgment. And so again, I'm just curious if the costs are such that it actually is less, or maybe, as you're saying, it's just not available anyway. I have no idea, but I thought it was intriguing that the people had at least referred to that as another option to deal with some of these problems.
That's how they deal with LLPs and department corporations. You could post a bond of a certain amount of money versus buying an insurance policy for limits of $1 million in the aggregate.
And presumably, like the case that Mark was talking about, you know, where a client comes to you and the lawyer doesn't have insurance, but they've got a bond to cover a judgment, then you probably take that case.
Well, there's, oh, my name is Mark Abelson. There's some complexities to that. For example, who would be paying the attorney's fees for the defendant, for the attorney? Because they can be quite high, significantly higher than what a premium would be, maybe even higher than premiums over a lifetime. So it's not as simple as it appears, just the bond issue.
Kathleen?
Kathleen Hamilton. Yeah, I'm really glad to see the issue of bonding as another approach model that it probably makes sense to take a look at, partly because I think there's value in where we can and it's appropriate, is stepping back a little bit from models that address specifically legal professional and malpractice insurance approaches, to look at other industries and other professions that have adopted other models. And so I don't know exactly what our plans are as we go forward to develop data and to make sure that we take a hard look at what we're able to find out. But I think there's great value in going to, for instance, the Department of Consumer Affairs, which oversees 40 professions which are governed by licensing boards. They're governed by boards, and they have varying requirements for performance bonds. That there's probably value in us going to them and saying, what's the experience? Has it worked, and has it not worked, and where are there gaps, and so that we at least know the answer to those questions. And that sort of raises for me another thought that there might be value in looking again at non-legal malpractice insurance models for other possible ways to approach the question. The obvious one that comes to mind for me is the Affordable Care Act. And I won't go into it in a lot of detail here except to suggest that I think there's value in looking at getting outside ourselves a little bit and looking at how that was constructed. So that required mandatory health insurance. It established a program whereby insurers competed for that business. It did not disadvantage or disenfranchise private providers who didn't wish to be in the exchange. They were still allowed to continue to practice and offer their policies. That process also involved setting limits, like we talked about earlier, different categories of insurance policies with different limits associated with those. It also established specifics around the kinds of items that had to be covered. And those things were all negotiated as a way to balance choice and affordability. And the other element, obviously, of the Affordable Care Act, administered by the state of California, provides for some subsidies where there is a population of folks that wish to get their health insurance through the state exchange program, but are at a certain income level where they can't actually afford the premium, so they don't disadvantage the carriers, but the state's provided a subsidy program. It is partly funded by the feds in fairness. But so I put that out because I think that there might be models outside of the ones that we traditionally look at when we look at legal malpractice insurance models that might be helpful to us in the discussion.
You know, there may be some data points because professional corporations, legal professional corporations, are required to either have insurance or a bond. And there must be some information as to how many firms or how many lawyers actually, or professional corporations, have bonds instead of insurance and what the details are.
It's a great point because we have in some form right now mandatory insurance. If you want to be a professional corporation in California under the State Bar Act, you're required to have so much level of insurance per practicing lawyer within the professional corporation. That was a factor in the New Jersey study and their conclusion. They have both LLCs and LLPs that are allowed in New Jersey, and they thought that that was at least some measure of protection such that they decided that to not advocate for mandatory insurance on top of that. Now, that doesn't take care of everybody. A solo practitioner is not a partnership or an LLP or LLC, so they would be on their own on something like that. But that was a pretty significant factor in the New Jersey study because both in the LLP and LLC context, they were required to have insurance under New Jersey law. So,
In
and
California, though, you can be a solo and be a professional corporation.
true.
So there is a difference there.
Right. And Kathleen, to your point, you know, it is an apt comparison with the Affordable Care Act. And we've made that in the past. Now, I don't know that becomes a model that would have great bearing on ultimately what we do in sort of the context of Affordable Care Act, the idea of mandatory insurance, the idea of the folks on the other side of that debate who would see that as an invasion of their libertarian philosophies or whatever. You will hear that, by the way, and if I haven't made this apparent from my comments early on, this is going to be a hot button issue depending on where this group comes out and where the board of trustees come out with it. In the comment process, the solo and small firm lawyers will be exceedingly vocal about this. They were in the 4 or 5 other times this was raised, and they will be here. And you will hear that mentality, not judging it one way or the other, but you will hear that mentality of, the folks that were sort of on the other side of the Affordable Care issue. So it's an apt comparison and maybe something that we would be smart to try to stay ahead of in some way, depending on, again, how we came out. Does that make sense? Yeah. Idaho, being Idaho, only mandated that a lawyer have $100,000 limits, $300,000 aggregate limits for the year, and information that they have to provide to their regulatory agency that it actually is in place in a little form that they fill out. And so, but again, open market. Anybody know, Kathy, maybe you know, I presume there's maybe only a small handful of carriers that write in Idaho? Any idea?
This is Kathy Sargent. Just 2 comments. Leah had mentioned who else does the mandatory open market in Nevada. I think just adopted because I spoke to them. And Lawyers Mutual belongs to a conglomeration of insurance companies called the RICO. And Oregon is part of that, Canada is part of that, and there is sharing of not necessarily actuarial information. We do have 40 years of actuarial information too, but concepts and trends and things like that. We only write in California, that's all we write. But we do know that some of those RICO carriers specifically write just in one state because they can understand the risk better of that state. Kind of like Oregon won't come and write in California because they know it's much more different than what they see in Oregon. So most likely there's a couple carriers. Do you know, Dan, is CNA?
CNA does not, if they write in Idaho, it's minuscule.
Yeah, not too many people in Idaho.
I have a recollection of reading that their maybe 2 or 3 carriers. So unlike California, again, if this is a distinction or not, I'm not sure. But when you talk about the open market, it's like, you know, the same dudes. There are 2 or 3 of them that are going to write in Idaho. It's a small bar. And so, you know, is it that much of a change at the end of the day? Sure, because you've got to have it now. But you could probably count, you know, less than, you know,
Alps
4-figure
job
John
there.
who's uninsured in Idaho. So it's not, I mean, they're all in as of January 1st. I'm sorry.
Alps is the carrier there that, for us, it doesn't make sense to try to write because they're doing just such a great job.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, CNA writes in every state, but probably not so much in Idaho.
Yeah, and not in Alaska and a couple of other Alps states that it just doesn't make sense to try to penetrate that market.
So that brings us next to Nevada. As Kathy said, Nevada has gone through a similar process. They called I mean, this is the same as what's going on here. The Board of Governors established a professional liability insurance task force. They got a better name than us, task force. A group of action, like we want to be a task force, you know, or a camo and all that. But, all right, we're a working group. That sounds slightly more academic, but we can change it if you want. To explore the concept of mandatory malpractice insurance for lawyers practicing in Nevada. Again, it's a tiny, tiny bar. So the task force ultimately did complete their study, and what their recommendations were: 1, require all attorneys engaged in the practice of law to carry a minimum insurance policy of $250,000 per claim, $250,000 annual aggregate. Must use insurance carriers authorized to transact legal malpractice liability insurance in Nevada, meaning an admitted carrier, and to agree to report any lapse or termination of the policy to the state bar. So there's that issue again on if it lapses, what are your obligations? And then number 2, the task force also recommended to make mandatory disclosure to clients in the amount of insurance coverage the attorney has prior to engaging in representation. So you have sort of a double whammy, both on disclosure and mandatory insurance in Nevada. So this is a recommendation. So what they needed to get the authority from the board to put forth the following measures as part of the due diligence here. To conduct a survey available to all licensees to obtain feedback so that we may address any concerns. Good luck with that. That's, you know, just the survey, getting reliable information from a survey is a challenge, and maybe one that we will have as well, but that's what they are tasked to do. Conduct a listening tour with interested licensees. Okay? If we did that here in California, I'm not sure what would happen. We would need to get a big event hall. Exploring the practical implementation aspects of the program, including internal controls for ensuring compliance and developing communications to attorneys and potential professional liability carriers. So sort of left in a little bit of an uncertain way, but you know, they're pretty far down the road. California has done this in the past too, and after a survey or some poll of California members, licensees, there was a fair amount of pushback and it got no further. So again, Nevada's different, but they're in the bottom of the 9th inning over there. So it's another state that, you know, we may have to put in that column pretty soon. So that's Nevada. Open market as well. So I think that the task force or bar associations that have looked at this think that maybe that's a fairly good compromise, because you've got the same people there. You're not going to tell the carriers we're going to kick all of you out and create a fund. The carriers get to come do business there. Arguably their premium structure may not change all that much. It would be sort of life as usual in terms of marketing and underwriting. Just that the lawyer now has the onus of telling the state bar and their clients, I've got insurance and I need to have it. I don't know what the penalty is there. I'm assuming that if you don't have it within a certain amount of time, you're going to get the scarlet letter. Ms. Sargent.
Yeah, thank you. In Nevada, they actually talked about having the carriers report when there's a lapse of coverage or cancellation. So they don't put that onus on the lawyer, they put it on the carriers who want to do business there to actually give them more to run. They have about 5,000 to 6,000 lawyers max for a pool of insurance, which is now you're going to have the carriers report cancellations and lapses.
Right. So then, scaling that up to California, if that were the burden of an insurance carrier in an open market situation in California, that would be dense.
If I could add quickly, Dan McKenna, on that would be enough to make a carrier like CNA leave the market. So you would be diminishing the pool of eligible carriers if the carrier had to report. We get an enormous number of rescission of cancellations. Attorneys are notorious for paying their insurance premiums a little late here and there. And that's somebody's job just for our office alone. You know, so you can multiply that by 10 times over. It would be cumbersome in California. The other thing with that Nevada, I read carefully on that, they were talking about premiums of about $3,500. And we do write in Nevada, and frankly, I found premiums were considerably less than that, but it's a very unprofitable state. And we really are only writing in there because we don't want to have a reputation of pulling out of a state. It's not profitable. You get a lot of attorneys in Nevada that they left or got thrown out of California and ended up with a billboard on the side of 15 in Vegas. And you know, and, following that model, I think, would be trouble.
Okay, so that's Nevada. Sounds like it's on the way. And I would note that the other PLI models, professional liability insurance models considered in Nevada were presented by ALPS, some current practicing lawyers, Kathy Sargent from Lawyers Mutual.
Yeah, they were asking me about the actual reporting of lapses and how that would happen.
Yeah, okay. Everybody understand that point? You know, maybe it's worthy of consideration, or maybe we don't care that a carrier has some extra burden of, at least in a potentially profitable state, California, of having them report to the state bar or some other regulatory agency that the insurance has lapsed. But I certainly understand from a practical viewpoint with a big program that we would have here in California that would take a significant amount of people power to enforce. Carriers in California, by the way, are required to report claims. So, you know, one might say, well, what's the big deal to add, you know, rescissions and cancellations and lack of renewal to that? So, just a thought.
There's an option also of just having the attorneys, sorry, this is Connie Broussard, there's an option also of just having the attorneys self-report. And there's a lot of things that attorneys are already required to self-report, just adding that one more thing to the list.
Yeah, that's probably the more popular way of doing it, even though there's not, you know, that many models to look at. But that's probably the one that gets more traction. And I think the philosophy is, sure, there's a lot of self-reports in California. The fact that you don't have insurance, plus you have duties and fiduciary duties on top of that, doesn't make the lawyer do it. Is that something that would, you know, become a problem to small and solo small law firms and solo practitioners who were told at some point in California to get mandatory insurance, they have to add this to their list of stuff to do? I don't know, but that's worthy of considering here for those of you that, you know, can count as your constituency here or report duties. That is consideration being looked at here. That would be something to take into account. Yeah.
This is Lisa Parachet. And looking at the other states, did you see any incentives to procure insurance that were sort of extrinsic to the direct cost issues, availability issues? I'm thinking in particular things like Prop 213. You have to have your auto insurance, but if you don't, You don't get carted to jail or anything, but you can't collect non-economic damages if you're the victim of somebody else's car crash. Are there any states that have explored incentives? I'm really just brainstorming here, things like if you do carry insurance, you have a 1-year statute of limitations, and if you don't, it's 2 years. If you do carry insurance, you have a different enforceability of fee agreements, but if you don't carry insurance, you can't collect your fees the way contractors, homeowner contractors who don't have insurance, workers' comp insurance, that kind of thing. Do any states have creative stuff like that?
I haven't seen things exactly like that. And of course, this is one of the issues that we'll be specifically tasked to look at closely, where there's other ways that lawyers can be incented to make sure that they are either insured or have some sense of financial accountability. Trying to think if I've seen anything even remotely close to something like that. Other penalties or variation on rights that would somehow be impacted by the lack of insurance. Usually it's a licensing thing. Usually if you don't have it, if it's going to be mandatory, then
Just thinking carrot and stick.
sort of, yeah. And that's generally enough to get people off the dime, because then the consequences obviously get really bad after that if you continue to practice after some suspension or probationary period if you don't obtain the insurance.
Yeah, this is Glenn Olson. I thought the burden issue was a little bit different. I don't know where I picked this up in the materials, but it seems like it's more of a burden on the regulatory entity than it is on the insurer. And Dan, maybe you can speak to this, but you have to serve notices of cancellation, right? And all of that is statutorily mandated by the insurance code. And if you non-renew, you have to provide notice of non-renewal. So a lot of that is part of the firmament of the insurance industry already. So I was wondering what the additional burden is, but I certainly can see the burden from the regulatory side. Someone's going to have to be monitoring that either in the state bar or in the Department of Insurance or both, I would think.
Yeah, it would be, hard to explain exactly because I don't do it in my office, but there are telephone calls made to the insured, hey, we see that your policy is going to be canceled in 3 days, and then there's a follow-up email to confirm that, and then it gets canceled, and frankly, we sit on that for a couple of days still before we actually issue the cancellation, because the great likelihood is that the payment's going to be sent in. Now, where in that chain we would have to notify the state bar, I don't know.
I would think that they wouldn't care about all the back and forth, please pay and a dunning letter of Friday or whatever, but when there is actually a notice of cancellation or rescission in some other circumstances, I guess that would be the information that they'd ultimately be interested in, and then what the state bar or other regulatory agency does with that, there'd be some level of enforcement beyond that.
There's also the reinstatement process where we see, if it's habitual, we might ultimately finally say, sorry, no, we can't reinstate it. And then there's a time frame and how long we have. So it's a lot of steps.
Yeah.
But it's not insurmountable.
Joanne?
I was going to add any type of regulatory burden we add more than likely take funds away from our discipline system, which is another public protection issue we have to be weighing when we consider our options here. It's not like we have an unlimited funding source. We have our licensing fees that haven't gone up in 20 years. We may get an increase, we may not. So if we are stuck with a certain amount of money to work with, and so if we take money away to work on something like this, and we spend a lot of money on MCLE and audits, it has to come from someplace, and discipline is our biggest budget item. And so there's a consequence there. I just want everyone to keep in mind.
Well, great point. I mean, a dose of financial reality, because the state bar is not a bottomless pit of cash, and so if we're expecting this huge regulatory network to swell up around mandatory insurance and the enforcement of that so that the public can be protected. It comes at a cost. So it's a good point. It definitely would be part of the study on this. Another piece of pushback, by the way, to get your brains thinking a little bit more about this, in terms of an open market as opposed to a fund. Fund, like Oregon, everybody gets approved. You're in, you pay your check, you're in. Open market, as we all know, those of us that broker insurance or sell insurance or deal with it in some way, shape, or form, you know, there's various levels of insurability. Some people, some of our former clients and your insureds aren't insurable because they have a long, bad track record or whatever other reason. So the pushback on an open market is, how is it that we can dictate to the carriers to essentially tell the members of the bar or the licensees who can practice law and who can't? Because you can't get insured, and it is the carrier's decision that they are having to respond to, then how is it that we can cede that level of essentially licensing decisions to a private entity? So that's a big.
That's a good question, Randy. I think Leo was getting at this earlier too. So we know what's going on in the U.S. Internationally, I just don't have a firm grip on this. What other open market mandatory legal malpractice systems are there? I mean, Canada is not open market, obviously.
Correct.
It's a fund. But are there other countries that have a open market? And this may not be a fair question, maybe we can study it, but are there other countries that have a open market mandatory legal malpractice system? I'm just wondering if there's been success in, I don't know, you know, Uzbekistan or Singapore, right?
Countries that are very much like ours.
We definitely should look at that, because what I hear, and I don't know how I've heard this, is that the state bar in those environments would be the insurer of last resort. And it reminds me of your point about the Affordable Care Act, because I've certainly thought that as well, the parallels. And so this idea that there are a group of folks that are quote unquote uninsurable, and that's where the government entity has to step in and provide the insurance. So I think that will be good staff homework to find these open market, mandatory open market models and see how they're really structured.
And this is Connie Broussard. I think that along those same lines, though, when you're making it mandatory, those people who don't need insurance, you know, the sort of in the Affordable Care Act, you know, the 22-year-old healthy person who wouldn't get medical insurance because they don't need it, and you know, now they're forced to pay for it, and the insurance company is very happy because it's free money for them. That's balancing out that quote-unquote uninsurable person, so that they get the high-risk people, but they also get the very low-risk people, and that should balance it out for them in being allowed to offer insurance in this market altogether. But I'm also curious if there are any hybrid markets out there. So for instance, you know, someplace that has a fund like Oregon for a smaller pool, you know, like the size of the Oregon pool, whatever that is, for the solos and the nonprofits or the pro bonos or the, you know, the people who aren't making a ton of money, and then the open market for the bigger firms or the other people who can afford it. And, you know, the bar's already regulating that to some extent. They have different fees that are paid by different people. They have, you know, they do have some different programs for that already.
I haven't seen a state bar. I mean, certainly the studies that I've seen from other state bars take into account the factor of the affordability, and that, you know, again, disproportionately affects certain licensees under the bar. That's, you know, sort of a recognized impact, but I haven't seen sort of a stratified system where, you know, there's a scaled cost based on income or who you serve or whether you're involved in legal services. I mean, just as a quick analogy, we've seen great programs these days put in place where if you dedicate so much of your time postgraduate from law school and in the public sector in some way, shape, or form, you're rewarded by, having your tuition or some tuition credit or something like that. So, sort of, there's a greater good in there someplace that could be served by that. I haven't seen any state bar do a deeper dive on that other than recognize that, people are going to be certain members of the licensed population are going to be disproportionately affected.
Well, I'm wondering if maybe that's because, like you said, they're so much smaller than we are. I mean, we could swallow Oregon and New Jersey, right? And we could be both of them. And so, just maybe it's something to look into. And as to Joanna's comment about the money, are any of these other programs where the bar is actually funding, are any of them profitable? Because if they are, then maybe that helps to offset it. Not funding not funding everybody, but if we did fund like a small subsection of the people who might be the ones negatively affected by being forced to have malpractice insurance.
Yeah, I don't know that we've had that experience yet. Maybe with other professionals in some way, if there's thinking of, perhaps doctors that may have, subsidies in some way, shape, or form. Not that I know of. I haven't seen it in any of the programs that I've studied. And Heather, to answer your question, I don't know if there's other countries that have an open market model or a hybrid open market model. It'd be worthy to see how they've done it. I mean, we know our neighbor Canada doesn't, but UK and Australia and the dozens of other nations that have done this apparently have done it for a long time and very successful. So that says something. I don't know whether it's what sort of program they have.
Yeah. My guess is it probably would be pretty rare, given the challenges and hurdles that we've heard here today and the question of who insures the people who are uninsurable and at what cost. But yeah, thank you for that. I think it'd be interesting to learn.
So, yeah, Scott.
Scott Garner. Does anyone have information about policies, or do they exist where you can cover indemnity but not defense in the legal malpractice area? I'm just wondering is there a way to have as cheap as possible insurance that covers the indemnity, which is the client protection part of it? To your point, I mean, who cares if they don't defend, and that's their choice, and they, that's not really a client protection issue. And I'm wondering if that's sort of a way to have a cheaper policy. I've never seen that kind of policy.
That's a tough sell.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I could answer that quickly. I think, no, there's no such animal. It would be, here's somebody accused of malpractice, and the person that's on the hook for the indemnity is going to let that guy defend himself? No. No.
Kind of appealing.
Yeah, I mean, there are products out there that are shaped toward a particular licensee. I mean, LMIC's new Adminty program, the first to do it, as I recall, but State Bar program has it as well. Crafts a really inexpensive policy for 1 to 5, I think.
Lawyers in practice less than 36 months, 1 to 3.
1 to 3, okay. So, it's not uncommon to try to customize something around an insured to make it less expensive. One might think a lawyer that is, this would again be an open market model so that they have the ability to calibrate the risk, but somebody who's performing, relatively low hourly rate work in legal services might not have a big risk. I haven't run that through the underwriting platform, but one might think that's a fairly inexpensive policy because there's so little risk in something like that. Tiny exposure because the damages aren't big, and maybe unlikely that an aggrieved client would look for recourse against an attorney just off the top. Yeah, Linda Katz.
Yeah, I have a question, Kathy. I used to work at the lawyer referral service in San Francisco, where lawyers who accept referrals roles are required to have insurance. And Lawyers Mutual offers a very low-cost policy that covers people, and I'm just wondering, is that, it doesn't sound like there's any kind of underwriting that happens for those, and is that just determined to be a low-risk category?
It is determined to be a lower risk because technically the bar associations are in essence screening and supervising and picking people that are qualified to do the work. They're not letting an IP lawyer do a criminal case, and they're not letting a criminal case lawyer work on something that they're not versed in. So you pre-qualify those clients, and so as an accommodation to the bar associations, the policy is $500. It only covers those referrals. So you have less work, which means less likelihood of acts, errors, and omissions. And you also have some pre-screening on your end. It's not, from our end, it's not necessarily profitable because there are claims in those categories in various areas of practice. So it's not a profitable business, but it's an accommodation to the bar system so that lawyers can accept the business and can deliver services to common access to justice conflict.
So that's Nevada. It means to be seen what's going in place there, but it looks as though there's an open market model along with a disclosure requirement. Next state is considering this is the state of Washington, and Washington has undertaken a incredible, fairly comprehensive analysis yet. They have not yet made their ultimate determination yet. They have created, they call a mandatory malpractice insurance work group. It's us. And gather information about the topic. So they have been created and they are in the middle of their study now. I've read most of what they've done so far, and but similar to Nevada, there's more work to be done to get that through the various processes. They did a very nice analysis of the various options available as well, looking at the open market versus the professional liability fund, how that impacts with client protection, talk about loss prevention and risk management as an integral part of those types of programs that the state or the fund would oversee. So many of the same aspects as looked at by other states, and that we will look at here. So again, something that we'll probably get through their processes this year. Smaller bar, again, a reason to distinguish ourselves from Washington. Maybe not. Good information have come out of the program, the types of things that they looked at, the upside of administering claims management, accounting, and all the other aspects of a controlled program that you would get. Washington has taken a close look at, so we will wait to see what happens in Washington. And then New Jersey, I think I talked about this earlier. They have nearly a 200-page report that's broken down in a very readable fashion. So those of you that are tasked to take a look at the various options, I think I would encourage you to take a look at how they've broken that down, because they go through all the pros and cons of disclosure and the various types of disclosure, who should make the disclosure about not having insurance, who it should be made to, the penalties for not disclosing, and also with respect to mandatory insurance, I've looked at the various proposals that are out there, a fund, an open market, and eventually concluded, as I said before, that they were not interested in advocating to their members mandatory professional liability insurance for a lot of different reasons, but again, it was fairly localized, had to do with the exposure of lawyers to claims in California, longer statute of limitations, attorney's fees shifting, and they found, I think also was an important part of their analysis, is they just didn't see that big of a problem there. based on the survey that they did, that probably less than 10% in their estimate of lawyers in New Jersey were not insured. And I think that was a driving force, maybe almost determinative for them in saying, yeah, we're just not really interested in mandatory insurance. Interestingly, the same task force in New Jersey recommended disclosure because they found some good things about having disclosure, but then a week after that recommendation was made, the president of the New Jersey State Bar Association wrote and said, yeah, we're not really interested in either. So we'll see where that goes. So that's where it currently stands in New Jersey. But good information, a lot of the same issues we were dealing with here. So we'll see where that comes out. And then this is more of a variation on this theme, but Illinois State Bar last year passed sort of I guess the best way to put it would be like a practice management focus. And it's sort of interesting what they came up with. So here's what Illinois drafted. Each lawyer shall disclose whether the lawyer has malpractice insurance on the date of the registration. This is the annual registration with the State Bar there. And if so, shall disclose the dates of coverage for the policy. The administrator may conduct random audits to assure the accuracy of information reported. Each lawyer shall maintain for a period of 7 years from the date the coverage is reported documentation showing the name of the insurer, the policy number, the amount of coverage, and the term of the policy, and shall produce such documentation upon the administrator's request. So there you have it. You have to advise whether you have insurance under the Illinois rule. But then this is the part that's slightly different from most every other state. Every other year, beginning with registration in 2018, each lawyer who discloses pursuant to the above that he or she does not have malpractice insurance and who is engaged in the private practice of law shall complete a self-assessment of the operation of his or her law practice, or shall obtain malpractice insurance and report that fact as a requirement of registering in the year before. So you talk about incentivizing, a lawyer. This is a more direct way of doing it, but it's like if you're not going to have insurance, then you've got to go through this sort of self-examination. The lawyer shall conduct the self-assessment in an interactive online educational program, opportunity for money there, provided by the administrator regarding professional responsibility requirements for the operation of the law firm. Self-assessment shall require that the lawyer demonstrate an engagement in learning about those requirements, and the lawyer assess his or her law firm operations based on those requirements. The self-assessment test shall be designed to allow the lawyer to earn 4 hours of MCLE. Okay. Responsibility credit, professional responsibility credit to provide the lawyer with the results of the self-assessment test. All information of the self-assessment test shall be confidential, except for the fact of completion. Neither the lawyer nor the administrator may offer this information as evidence in a disciplinary proceeding. Interesting. The administrator will report self-assessment data publicly in the aggregate. So that's Illinois' response to this. Is that enough of an incentive? It hasn't been around long enough to know whether it works. Is the assumption unfair that uninsured lawyers don't know how to practice law? I don't know. All those things are part of the Illinois approach. And I think other states will probably consider this as well. Again, it perhaps is sort of a middle ground. I mean, if the goal is to prevent various options or advocating one that perhaps is most palatable and is not going to draw as much criticism, then this would be one that somebody could say, okay, well, we don't have to get insurance, and we have to tell the state bar, not particularly the client, the state bar, whether we have insurance or not. And if we don't, we gotta, get on the treadmill and beef up our practice. So that's Kathleen.
I have a question on the California and other states that require some sort of disclosure of lack of insurance. Have we looked at, or I assume these various states have, what the language is that's used in those disclosures? And do we know if some of those disclosures are easier for the public to understand maybe than others? or do some of them require some explanation of what the significance is, not just the fact that there's no malpractice insurance, but the significance of that? I'm curious about the whether or not anybody's looked at the value of those disclosures.
Yeah, Greg, you help us out with this one? Because this goes back to 3410 and the details of the disclosure, different for a lot of states under the model rule or whatever, but can you be...
In California, we have in the comment section, what's coming in the comment section, it's a single sentence disclosure that is recommended be used. It says, pursuant to California rules of professional conduct, 3410 will become 1.4.2. I am informing you in writing that I do not have professional liability insurance. It's that simple. It doesn't require you to expound on the import of that, and it really gets to the question that we were talking about earlier: is what is the problem we're trying to achieve here, or trying to solve here? And I think the purpose of this rule is really to try to inform consumers so that they have all the information they need to make an informed decision. I think it would be interesting to know, and I don't know if we got into this or not, because it's difficult to have this information, what the effect of this rule was in terms of lowering the number of uninsured attorneys in California. And it's difficult to do that unless they're also reporting to the state bar. And there's an audit component to that. And that was part of the original proposal in 2010. That is not the rule that was sent to the court, though. The only rule that was sent to the court was this one, which is you must inform your clients. So that's something to think about, because I think that the state bar does not have that information because it was never required of lawyers in California.
Well, just to add that thought, I think that we would find, in looking at lots of other examples where regulators have required certain disclosures to the consuming public, that one of the issues that's often looked at is the ability of the consumer to understand what it is that's being disclosed to them. And I recall at various times in some of the work that I've done, literally employing programs that reduce disclosure language to a 6th grade reading level, because it's unclear whether anybody would know the significance of that disclosure. And therefore, I mean, if they saw that disclosure, one option certainly for the consumer could be, I think I want to go to a lawyer that's got insurance. But if they don't understand it, and they don't understand that it actually could impact them in some way, and I'm not suggesting they ought to go to another lawyer, but I just want to maybe put a button in the notion that there might be value, especially if the direction that California goes is to continue with our disclosure requirement and maybe sidestep mandatory insurance, to make sure that we've done our best work to make sure that that disclosure is understood and meaningful to the public. They don't know what these words mean.
Yeah, Judge Perkins.
I'd like to see us maybe go a little deeper. I mean, what is the real problem we're trying to fix? And it's kind of my impression where mandatory insurance is being used to try and, regulate behavior of lawyers and provide some ability of injured clients to get money, which is, certainly a good purpose. But I don't think treating uninsured lawyers as bad lawyers is really the entire piece of the puzzle. I mean, certainly it's, if you're a client and you see that, that's kind of a red flag. And if you've got a big, reasonable financial transaction to you, that's something you should consider. But I'd like to hear, I realize the stats are hard to get, but where are the problems? I mean, it seems to me, just my ad hoc, in the discipline area, it's people dipping into the trust funds or dipping into the trust funds and the settlement funds, or having substance abuse problems and completely blowing off the clients. In the non-discipline area, I don't know, although obviously the lead to some malpractice suits too, but I don't know if there's a separate component of, non-poor financial management, non-substance abusing conduct that's causing injuries. From what I've heard anecdotally, family law is your biggest area of concern. And there you have 60, 70, 80%, depending on the county, of clients with no lawyers at all. But that could be an area where I think, if I just use my anecdotal experience, like in Sacramento, there are a lot of solos doing family law and a lot of newer lawyers doing family law, and things like being able to give people some decent practice management and peer support and things might actually be pretty effective. But I think ultimately we need to keep a handle on what is the conduct we're trying to ameliorate by having the mandatory insurance to begin with. It's not the big firms wanting small people to pay for their insurance. I think we just as soon not have the small people in it at all. Your risks go down and your premiums go down. It's trying to spread the risk among all of them so the clients have some protection. But I think we should not lose sight of what is the bad conduct we're trying to protect people against.
So there's certainly a list out there of the top 10 mistakes that are made and the top 10 areas, practices that are exposed to legal malpractice claims. Family law is always in the top 5, and PI is the top 5. Real estate has sort of crept up there over the years to be in the top 5. You guys can weigh in on this. I mean, the edict from the state bar and the edict from the legislature on this is at least in my view of the charge, driven by public protection, which is obviously an important goal of legislature and the state bar, maybe everybody. So I don't know that there's a direct correlation between insuring lawyers and figuring out what conduct that we're trying to, the consequences of that conduct, or what conduct we're trying to fix. I know with insurance typically comes resources available within the carrier to educate the insured. So as opposed to being an outlier someplace where no connection to the world or reality or risk management tools, you bring them in within the fold and you can educate them. And if they have a claim, you can maybe find ways that doesn't recur. So I think there's at least that aspect to it to help fix the problem as well. And then, to the extent that a carrier is in a position, if they see large exposure on those sorts of issues, they can focus their resources saying, God, we get a lot of family lawyers who are being rung up on this particular issue or this particular task, and they can devote educational resources to that, and maybe even do more mitigation up front with insured lawyers. So there's a benefit to having them brought into a program that would be able to respond to those sort of conduct. Maybe one view. Heather?
I just wanted to I think your question is a very good one, and I think a lot of us have raised that same kind of point. What is it we're trying to address? What is it we're trying to deter through this type of work? And this is the way I see it. The really, really egregious conduct, stealing from trust accounts, embezzling from the clients, that's not going to be covered by your malpractice insurance anyway. That falls flatly within the parameters of exclusion on those instances. So I think, my view of it is mandating legal malpractice insurance, if we were to do it, if we were to recommend doing it, wouldn't be to deter any type of behavior, but rather to make sure that there were funds available to cover an error, just a negligent error in most instances. And And I heard a couple people from the legislature talk about this. You know, what if you miss somebody's statute of limitations? That's an error, it's not intentional conduct, but you don't have malpractice insurance. Now, Merck's not going to take your case, and nobody of Merck's caliber is going to take your case. That's the reality of it. So how do you make sure that that person is compensated? So I think that's the real, you know, the mandatory malpractice insurance wouldn't be designed to deter behavior so much as to make sure there's funds available in the event that the error is committed. And I know that's how Canada looks at it. I will say, though, in terms of the other measures that we have already been studying in the couple of hours that we've been here, and we'll continue to study, things like enhanced education, or the Illinois program, the Colorado program, all these programs short of mandating malpractice insurance. You know, quite frankly, a lot of those probably will not only reduce the claims of malpractice, but have a deterrent effect. You know, people who are subject to some type of degree of oversight or are mandated to attend certain types of educational programs are not only likely to commit fewer errors, but are less likely to engage, I think, in fraudulent conduct because they know somebody's overseeing you. When I was on the State Bar Board of Trustees, we talked about auditing client trust accounts. And the whole point was, you know, chances of us catching you, you know, maybe minimal because we can't audit everyone, but you know somebody's looking over your shoulder, so you're less likely to do it. So I think mandating malpractice insurance is just making sure that the available funds are there. These other measures, educational measures, I think would have a deterrent effect.
This is Leah. I just wanted to add that I think that developing your final report or product, it would be useful to really kind of lead with this question of what is the problem that we're trying to solve. Because some of the solutions that you will identify or options may lend themselves to different articulations of the problem. And I think that that's perfectly appropriate. So is it public protection? Is it to ensure the ability for monetary compensation? Because, for example, in the scenario that Heather raised, that victim would not be eligible for reimbursement from our client security fund. So whereas statute of limitations is low and therefore you don't have the ability to seek a remedy, but you did not suffer a financial loss, you are barred from getting any reimbursement from our client security fund or victim restitution, essentially. So I think it's fine to sort of float what is the problem we're trying to solve, and if we explain or understand the problem to be X, then these are the appropriate sort of solutions. And if we understand the problem to be Y, then these are the appropriate options to consider.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, and I just would like to, Your Honor, I was on the same page with you because I've been struggling and talking with everyone here about the problem we're trying to solve. And you've identified the problem, and what we've already learned just by sitting here today is we know that is potentially a problem and probably is happening, but we will never be able to understand the scope of it. And public protection takes many different forms, and as Joanna mentioned, I mean, if you mandate professional liability insurance, you're taking funds away from other public protection functions that the state bar is engaged in, and some of those are things that we can measure. So identifying the problem is really, I think, the most important thing we can do initially, and understanding our limits in terms of our ability to identify the problem. I think a lot of states have probably shied away from mandatory professional liability insurance, partly because they know that this problem does exist, but the best way to address it is to drive down the percentage of uninsured attorneys in the state. And so they do that by making them report to the state bar. 13 states actually put on their website on each attorney's profile whether or not they're insured or not. And that really gets to informing the consumers. And also there's a bit of a shame factor there too. And I'm sure when there's resistance among members of the bar in all those states to that, but that probably is a very effective way of driving down the number of uninsured in a state. And when you do that, you may not know whether or not the degree to which you've addressed the problem and the problem's scope was never really known to you in the first place, but you're sure that you've taken affirmative steps that don't cost that much money for the bar to engage in because they're already gathered some of this information anyway, and you're mitigating the risks of the public.
well put.
Dan McKenna, if I can just add, I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying on that. And when we saw this disclosure come out back in 2010, we certainly saw a significant uptick in new applications and new policy holders. So if maybe the disclosure information was brought, bolder, and maybe also on the website, then we would avoid, we see the situation where an attorney in their 60s or 70s or even 80s, they want to continue doing a little work for some clients that have been long-term clients, yet they don't want to pay $4,000 or $3,000. For them, they see that there's no longer a risk for what they're doing, so why should they have to continue paying for the insurance? So, I think that they're part of the general public as well. So,
yeah, all well put in terms of understanding what the issue is, and if you're just have tunnel vision on the idea of public protection and making sure there are funds available to aggrieved clients who suffer at the hands of an incompetent lawyer, then insurance fits that bill. If that were the only issue, you'd say, sure, mandate insurance, but there's a balancing to that because it has impacts on the folks that would bear the consequences of that, and maybe in an unfair way. So I think state bars have sort of struggled with this, and then the idea of disclosure is as a middle ground, if you will, in terms of the list of solutions here, is a good one that many states have adopted, and is it a matter of force feeding this patient or using it to teach a patient to heal themselves? So it's back to the characteristic approach. The issue is, and it is a challenge of ours to try to identify what the problem is and what is it that we're trying to solve by this, is that data is sort of elusive. So part of our charge here will be to figure out how we can, in a credible way, identify what the problem is and determine whether there's anything that needs to be fixed. And any victim, just one in California, who goes without a remedy because the lawyer, for whatever reason, has elected not to insure themselves, is maybe too much. So you would think that that's a good problem to solve. Plus, what's the best way to solve this is with the lawyer who is in a best position to provide funding through insurance to be able to make the client whole. You can't put that burden on the client. You can't put it on the state bar. You can't put it in the system. The bottleneck there, the place that can most efficiently deliver that remedy, is the lawyer through the purchase of insurance or being force-fed insurance. It's sort of the issue. So, Lisa?
I was just going to add one related point that I don't think has been made yet in terms of encouraging people to get insurance, as we've talked about education on the risk management side to avoid the problem in the first place. But there's also an education process that I think a lot of lawyers don't have exposure to in terms of why they need insurance. They think they don't need insurance. And I know I've talked to people about some of the surveys that have come out recently about causes of action du jour. It used to be IP practice was the thing that nobody wanted to write. And then people got handles around the docket and, it got better. And I understand that trust in estates has become the bugaboo recently because with the wealth transfer that's been going on and baby boomers and so forth, people don't realize the risk. The person you were talking about who just has a couple of family friends that they're helping out, they're not aware of the problem of the unintended client and the malpractice exposure with that. So one component of something that maybe the bar could do or programs could do is educate people to their own self-interest about why they need insurance and that they may be mistaken that they're in that class of people who don't need insurance.
Well, I know the carriers that write in California almost to a carrier, including the state bar sponsored program, LMIC, CNA, they take the whole educational component super seriously. Once you're brought into the fold, there's all sorts of resources available for you, the MCLE and mitigation help on before an issue grows into a claim. You have really valuable professionals available to that. So one of the aspects of this, of modernizing this whole approach, is to bring these recalcitrant insurers, if that's the way to put it, into the fold so that they can be educated and raises the bar for everybody. And then there's this whole, perhaps it's an intended effect that, the licensees of the bar in California, we just benefit from the idea that we've policed ourselves in the right way, that we've made a conscious, good decision for the good of the cause to insure ourselves or require there to be some mandatory insurance, and that endures to the benefit of everybody. Shows the integrity of lawyers practicing in California. So here's what I want to do, folks. I wanted to end today about 3:45 or so. So we take like a 10-minute break if we keep going, to a couple of hours. Yeah, a couple hours. And then come back and we'll wrap up in the last 45 minutes. In the last 45 minutes, I do want to talk about our topics, but I need to get those out to the subcommittee so that they're all going to have homework to do after this.
That's my friend.
Yeah.
more proactive, so.
And then they say, okay.
Well, they got their symposium next month. Randall, in your neighborhood, you should think about going. I'd like to go. It's like mid-April or something. I've been to a couple of them. Yeah, they're really.
All right, folks.
Stuck in the Super Bowl.
Good questions, a really good question.
All right, folks, we've got a little bit left in our day here. Got a couple things left to do. First of all, thanks for hanging in there on this. We're now back online with the webcast, and so everybody make sure that you mic up when you have something to say. So I wanted to do a couple of things. First of all, everybody's got the work plan. This was distributed in advance. We spent a lot of time trying to choreograph the next year or so that we deliver on time, and Linda has volunteered to walk this to the Board of Trustees, personally deliver it to them, wrapped in gold. Our report, which is going to be next March. So we have carefully tried to construct a work plan, course of action between now and then. So I encourage you to look at that when we get to how we're going to divide up the workload here, which we have to do, we will do today. Then I want you to pay particular attention to how we've laid it out here. We are not averse to changing something on here either because of availability of a speaker. We can get speaker. Can we get speakers on the phone, right? If we have somebody present, we don't necessarily have to have them here live. So we can do that, and if one date doesn't work out all that well, we can plug them into another date. You know, because we have a lot of work to do, I want to front load this as much as possible. So when we construct our committees or subcommittees here, I want to make sure that everybody has an idea of exactly what we're doing, and we get a fresh start in this. We simply can't push this till the very end of the year or beginning of next year. We want to have all of these pieces already starting to take shape so that we can do the final editing and get this off in a timely fashion, if not a little bit early. So that's the ultimate goal here. So take a look at the work plan. We've obviously got each of our meetings here. The meetings are obviously time for us to get together and talk about progress, deal with specific issues and speakers that can help us get educated on those issues. But the work in between is always going to be more important. We have certain topics that we've assigned to certain meetings, and perhaps we'll have the committee or the chair for the individual committees report on that particular topic or introduce speakers. So we'll sort of dedicate meetings to the legislative questions as we go forward. So we're sort of organized in that way, but it doesn't mean that we can't make some modifications along the way. So anybody have any questions about the work plan for the year? We obviously got our meeting dates out there. We're going to be back and forth between LA and San Francisco. I've already stressed the importance of being here live for meetings, but at least available in some form or fashion to participate. And then as we create these committees, be available obviously to the other committee members. So anything else on that work plan? Good. Okay, good. So here's what I was thinking. We all have the questions in 6069, and we obviously will answer every one of these as we get going, and we look at other things that we think may be important. We can talk about whether we add a preamble and sort of introduce it, identify the problem. We've had a good discussion about that today. We may have some sort of a lead-in to the specific questions. There's going to be lots of other detail to the process of the committee, when we met, what we did, the sort of information we looked at. There's going to be probably some sort of a bibliography that will have a clearinghouse for all the information that we've looked at. We obviously want to be able to have that available to the Board of Trustees or the legislature to say, here's the great wealth of information that we consulted along the way. So we want to make sure that we keep track of all that, and perhaps those are things that we would also list in the final report. Also the people that we talked to, the different models that we looked at, all of that will be laid out. But the real guts of this is going to be the data that's going to be responsive to the questions here. So the legislature in their wisdom crafted these how they wanted to craft them, and I'm certain that they were very purposeful about the information they wanted. But as I looked at this, I thought there was a way to combine these and a couple of these. And the reason I say that is that I didn't want one committee that was looking at the adequacy and availability and affordability of insurance coverage in California to be calling the same people and looking at the same data as the folks that are looking at the amount of limits that are available, because it sort of is cut from the same cloth. So I didn't want to overburden our sources. I wanted to be efficient. I wanted to be conscientious of your time and the committee's time on each of these. So here's what I did. So I, for purpose of assigning out the tasks to get the questions answered, I combined 1 and 3. And let me just read those to you again. 1 is adequacy, availability, and affordability of errors and omissions insurance for insurance license in the state. Really important topic, obviously, a great lead-in to what we're doing because it'll provide sort of an overview, if not a lot of detail about what's out there. There are lots of sources for that information. It is going to take some wrangling to make sure that we're that the answer to that question has looked at every available piece of information to be able to say what is out there. And then number 3 was the ranges of errors and omissions insurance limits for the attorneys licensed in the state recommended to protect the public. Sort of, again, related to the carriers that are out there. Typically, these things that I think the Cal Bar Journal used to do a report every year on the sort of a grid of the insurance carriers that wrote in California, and the columns increased over the year, and they would talk about the available limits, the size of the firms, where the claims people are located. I don't know, I can't recall. Somebody help me out, whatever things that put in.
Rating.
Yeah, rating, yeah, a bunch of stuff. So you always were quoted every year, Dan, and so that's a pretty good starting point. You know, that's the sort of thing we would construct it as a grid here for the reporting, but it would certainly go beyond that. But as part of that, we would talk about the limits. An issue with the limits, by the way, because we didn't get into the detail of this, but I think what the legislature is getting at here is what's the deal with these $100,000 limit policies that erode for defense costs, and are they helping or hurting? Put that monster out there, because not everybody's in love with that concept. There are two sides of that, you know, schizophrenic story. You know, one is, you know, at least it's insuring lawyers, and that's a good thing, and it provides some level of protection to the victims of legal malpractice. On the other hand, you know, does it always come to the conclusion in handling those claims that you're simply going to liquidate the policy because the defense costs are going to erode it down to nothing? And so, and there's a lot of other, you know, detail to that issue. So that's a pretty big one, and I think that's why, because this is not a new issue to the State Bar or the program, the State Bar sponsored program of, you know, what gives with these $100,000 limit eroding limit policies. And so that's going to be an important part of that analysis, right? But combine 1 and 3. I don't know what I'm calling it, but I combined 1 and 3. I've also combined 2 and 4 because, and these are biggies. So 2 and 4, 2 is proposed measures for encouraging attorneys licensed in the state to obtain and maintain errors and omissions insurance. 4 is the adequacy and efficacy of the disclosure rule under 3410, or to be the 1.4 rule. And then 5.
Is that subject to discussion? I mean, those seem like
everything's subject to discussion. So tell me your thoughts. Yeah. I mean, I combine them because there's proposed measures for encouraging attorneys. Sure, that's more than disclosure. But disclosure to me is a subset of that. But you tell me what you think, Lisa.
Well, that was my question, is I can see 4 being a subset, but that goes to your question about adequacy of disclosures and and warnings and so forth, it seems like a decent topic in itself. And then I would think too would be measures for encouraging people to be insured other than disclosures. And it seems like that would be an area where we'd be looking for all the things we can find and not have it be swallowed up by a focus on disclosures.
Disclosure's a biggie. It's a great point. Disclosure's a biggie. There's no question. At least in the studies I've seen so far, they tend to come in the same place. It's like, okay, if it's not going to be mandatory insurance and whatever that looks like, you know, a fund or open market, then what are the other means by which we can compel a lawyer to get insurance? Disclosure is going to be number one.
My concern is that it always seems to be talked about as though it's basically the same thing. Like you either have mandatory or you have disclosures, and disclosures are the one stick that we use. So it's okay to combine them. I'm good with that. I just would worry about it.
Yeah.
Diminishing any creative thought beyond that.
Yeah, disclosure is a biggie, and you know, listen, this is a process, and you know, if anybody the committee gets a month into this and says, "Oof, we are just have an endless amount of material here. We don't quite know how to break it down." To me, they are sort of cut from the same cloth in that these are non-insurance product-driven questions about how do we encourage, other than force-feeding a lawyer to buy insurance, how do we somehow encourage them to do so through these means. And I hope that we come up with lots of other ways to do that other than disclosure, which is sort of a, you know, that's like the scarlet letter approach. So, you know, that comes on everybody's list. Is it, you know, obvious and sort of a knee-jerk? Sure, in a way, but that's what states are doing. Lots of states, and it's not a new thing. Disclosure's been around since the ABA model rule was proposed. I don't know, Greg, how many years ago was it? 1.4? A while, yeah, and lots of, there's a great grid in your materials as to how each state deals with disclosure, so there's a lot of stuff out there. Yeah.
And I see your point, but we should remember there's two forms of disclosure. There's disclosure to the client, and there's disclosure to the state bar, really three, and then disclosure to the general public. Because there are some states that require disclosure to the state bar, but that information is not shared with the general public, and others 13 states that actually share it with the general public as well. But Kathleen raised a good point. We talked just briefly at the break about this as well, the adequacy of the current rule and the disclosure that's required right now. That could be a meaty subject, I think, in some ways, because I'm not sure how adequate it is. That's an open question. What kind of information does a client need to understand the fact if somebody's revealing they don't have insurance, what does that mean for them? And that, you know, I'm not sure what the process would be to determine whether or not that's adequate or not, but I'd hate to have this group kind of go down that alley and never really have enough time to consider other options for encouraging uninsured attorneys to seek insurance. Because there may be things we're not thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that, you know, 3410 is not that old now. There's a fair amount of information out there. Obviously, it drew a lot of comments, and as you all and the Rules Revision Commission decided to essentially accept it as is, I'm assuming there was probably more debate at that level and go forward with the new 1.4 version of that whenever it becomes effective. So there's a fair amount of stuff out there. I did want to come back to Kathleen. Your comment was great. That is, does anybody understand this? Is it adequate? I mean, somebody reads no insurance. I don't know what they think about that. I mean, a sophisticated client, sure, boom, right away. Well, I'm going to go to the next guy. But I don't know. I mean, and I haven't seen many other proposals on that other than I have it or I don't have it. There has been discussion about whether that's adequate or not, and whether clients who read that would understand it. And for that reason, some states have said, nah, it's not for us because it's really not that effective. It's sort of put it out there, nobody's going to understand it anyway. It's sort of an odd way of looking at it, but that's how they've come out. So I think that's part of that. And so, yeah, I understand it could. I would hate to see that an analysis of 3.4.10 would preclude that committee from looking at other options, because I actually think that's maybe one of the more important ones coming out, is how else do we do this other than banging them over the head with disclosure on mandatory insurance. Number 6, the last topic too, which I carved out as being on its own, that sort of touches on that as well, because that's sort of the catch-all of everything else. So anyway, at least for purposes of assigning this out, 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 would be 2 committees. Number 5 is the mandatory insurance. That's obviously an important one, and I've assigned more people to each of these depending on the depth of the topic. And then 6 was other proposed measures relating to errors and omissions insurance for attorneys in the state with further goal of public protection. That sort of catches a lot of different things. So I think this is a good way to do it, but I'm happy to listen before we move on. Go ahead, Heather.
Oh, this is Heather. Joanna and I were just wondering, do you have the assignments on this piece of paper? We didn't see that. Or is there, oh, okay. There is no piece of paper with the assignments yet.
No.
Okay, got it. Okay. We're like, we
Yeah.
missed our assignments.
I wanted to meet people first before I started assigning.
Got it. Okay, we're ready to be assigned.
Yeah.
We are standing by.
Yeah. Tell me what to do, Professor. Put me anywhere.
Randy, I have one question.
Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
To Lisa's point on 2 and 4, 4 is looking at the disclosure, the adequacy, and efficacy, and 2 is looking at encouraging lawyers to maintain errors and omissions insurance. Is that in the absence of it being mandatory?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if disclosure is required, it's a plus errors and omissions, or is it in lieu of errors and omissions? We have disclosure, can they have the option not to have insurance? Right, that's what they have now.
Yeah, yes, some
So,
states have it,
2
correct.
and 4, I think I see Lisa's point that they're kind of almost juxtaposed against each other. You're almost studying the opposite of the answer to each of those.
Okay.
Well, no, because you could have a disclosure requirement and other incentives too.
Which is 6.
Well, 6 is furthering the goal of public protection. So for example, things that have nothing to do with purchasing insurance, but MCLE to avoid harming your clients in the first place. So 6 isn't necessarily about procuring insurance, whereas 2 and 4 are. I mean, 4 is the disclosure
If you choose not to.
to encourage.
Yeah, and then if you want to,
Right,
obtain it.
so I see 6 as different, but, I mean, we can have 2 and 4 be together. I just think 4 is very meaty all by itself, and 2 could be meaty if it's not swallowed up by 4, but anyway, you have numbers of people that you have assigned to these, so
Yeah.
go for it.
Well, thank you. Here's an option. How about, despite what you just said about these being different things, how about 2 and 6? Kathy said
Yeah, 2 and
yes.
6.
So,
That makes sense.
so we have
2 and
proposed
6.
measures for encouraging
Yeah.
attorneys to obtain, and then other proposed measures relating to errors and omissions insurance for attorneys that will further the goal of public protection.
Yes.
That's where your
Pretty compatible.
contractors, not getting paid comes into it, I think.
Yeah.
Love
I
that.
think that's a good combination.
Okay, I'm going to change
The
my
only thing I have to be careful of, just to
Yeah.
confuse it more, is, I mean, I look at 6 as, I mean, it is a catch-all, so it's hard not to have it sort of, lead into one of the other categories.
Correct.
But to the extent, you're looking at whether there should be mandated insurance in one of the models that we've seen, 6 to me is, maybe there's some other way to do it, some requirements, I mean, the indemnity versus defense may not be viable, most people here don't think it is, but I mean, just things along those lines that are still part of kind of an insurance solution as opposed to a non-insurance solution. So it doesn't mean we can't still combine those, but I just want to make sure 6 could very easily get lost if it's combined with anything, because it is kind of its own catch-all. So anyway, I throw that out there. It doesn't necessarily mean you should not assign it the way you're talking about it, but it's something I think we should be cognizant of.
Okay, give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourself.
Dodgers. No, wait, no, it's not an LA crowd necessarily.
Oh, no.
I'm with you.
It's an even year.
There's even a Bruce Art on the roster currently. We're happy.
Anybody else hate the Dodgers?
There's no one from San Francisco in this room.
Yeah, I'm from Orange County, I hate the Dodgers.
Oh, that's good for you.
Cucamonga Quakes. Anyone? Lancaster Jethawks? So fun. Minor league baseball box. $12 for the best seat right behind home plate. You know, bouncy rooms for the kids.
You have to go to Lancaster.
Well, Cucamonga Quakes, they play at the Epicenter, is the name of their field.
Oh, that's
really
what
fun.
a great name for a field.
Well, what
Yeah,
about the
Tremor and
Fresno
Aftershock.
Grizzlies, if you're gonna go there, you know.
Well, yeah.
You know.
The epicenter.
The River Cat.
It's all funny for the next year.
Hey,
So,
Barb.
Randy, have you formulated your thoughts?
That's right.
We just kind of randomly mixed them now. One.
I was just gonna say go Bruins, and then we could have just kept on going.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. I think I got this right. So in combining 1 and 3, I'm going to have a 3-person committee. Assigned to this will be Lisa, Dan, and Joanne. Combining 2 and 6, which is proposed measures for encouraging lawyers to buy and encouraging lawyers in any other way, is going to be a 3-person committee, and that'll be Ruben, Kathleen, and Wesley. Wesley is not here.
Which Kathleen?
Yeah. No, I know the answer to that. Kathleen H.
Kathleen with a K.
But she can chime in on adequacy of disclosures, right?
I think you should put Ruben and Wesley on every committee, so they're not here, but.
Yeah.
Right.
There was a limitation to do that. Mandatory insurance is going to be Mark, Glenn Olson, Heather, Scott, and Connie.
Which Scott?
Scott B. Disclosure. Topic 4. Sabrina, Kathy Sargent, Scott G, and Alan. Judge Allen, that is.
That's fine.
Can you say that last one again?
On topic, question 4, disclosure would be Sabrina, Kathy Sargent, Scott G, Judge Allen.
So question.
So we will circulate this so everybody has their scorecard. It'll be in the minutes too, right? Okay. Yeah, movement, since I made some last minute changes here. Okay, so that's the lineup. So we have a few minutes left. Here's what I'd like to do. If those of you that are here and have been assigned, Heather.
Can I ask an open meeting rule question, as long as we have Mark here? So if we, you know, my group has 5 people in it, so we're subject to the open meeting rules for our subgroup, any communications, right, Mark?
Yes.
And so, are we allowed, and I knew the answer to that, but, you know, just testing you, Mark. Are we allowed, however, to have like a subgroup of 2 collaborate on a point in order to refine it for discussion in the context of the open meeting? I'm just trying to figure out how we do our background research and work.
Yeah, so any 2 members of the group would be able to communicate in that way. You just have to be very careful not to report it to the rest of your subcommittee outside of the context of a noticed open meeting.
Okay, so two of us we can decide amongst ourselves, we'll have two groups of two, for example, and then the group just can't talk outside of the two unless it's in an open meeting. Okay.
That's correct.
So that helps. Thank you. Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, we had thought about the meeting rules on this, and I know, over the years, different ways to react to this, but, obviously, everything needs to be open and transparent in this committee. We're all huge proponents of that. So, and these committees, there's going to be some heavy lifting here, so we need to staff them how we need to staff them, and not, based on the peculiarities of the open meeting rules. So, but yes, there's ways to deal with these issues without having to necessarily involve the entirety of the committee. So if we could spend a couple of minutes, folks, getting together with those of you that are on these committees, I'd like you to select one among you that will be the committee chairperson. And that, at this point, only means somebody will be the committee chairperson. And it may be the point person who will deal with issues about bringing in speakers, or will be the point of contact. Is that okay to do? Yeah, point of contact on each of the committees. Other than that, everybody will have an equal role. We just need sort of one point of contact for dealing with the issues that come out of it.
But
yeah.
That being said, if any one of you should feel free to contact me directly with questions or to request information or to share information.
Just so I'm clear, Mark, so on a committee of 3 or 4, 2 people can't even talk together without scheduling a 10-day agenda and all that part?
Two people can, even though they're a quorum, 2 people is not a meeting.
Okay.
The same 2 people have to talk. It's designated 2-person group.
You don't want to do a daisy chain of
No, I get that.
violations, so.
But you can actually call one other person and have a conversation without.
Yes, as long as you don't then forward that on to anybody else in your subcommittee.
Got it.
But is that for 5 or for the 4?
Just don't tell anybody else.
So, a majority is the same as a quorum, so on a committee of 4, more than 2 people is both a majority and a meeting.
Yeah, no, I
same with
would ask my questions the way I meant to. The 4-person committee is subject to the open meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, anything 3 or greater.
We're 3, we're still
Oh.
subject to it.
Yeah, they all will be, but how you transact business day to day, week to week, it's fine to have conversations with 2 as long as it doesn't turn into a serial conversation.
So 2 of us can talk, we have to make sure the 3rd person has no idea what we just talked about.
Yes.
Which is a productive way to run something.
I just want to make sure.
It has been debated.
Yes,
as to
I know.
whether that's effective, but that's what we have, and I think the rules are wonderful. Kathy?
With 3, since this is a new rule, if 2 of us talk, can one of us then go talk to the other person? So the 3rd person can never know what the 2 talked about.
Not can never know. So one of the things that you might do is try to set proactively your proposed public meeting schedule. These would be the calls of presumably by call of the subcommittees. So if you set those, and there's no harm in sort of setting them, we can notice them, but we can always cancel if they're not needed. But say you set one every 30 days. Then that's the forum where the 2-person groups share with the rest of the subcommittee what's been discussed. So it's not never. Again, I would suggest just getting those calendared and noticed. That's for us to take care of. But then it's predictable when you're going to come back together and share information.
So we still have to go someplace where the public can come.
No, you can call from wherever you want to call, but you do have to provide your location. So, yeah.
But to be very specific, the place does have to be publicly accessible, ADA accessible. So, and you'll see in the FAQs, theoretically, you could use your local Starbucks. That may not be a practical choice for you because it's too loud, but they're all ADA compliant, and as long as it's quiet enough for the public to hear over your cell phone speakerphone, that would suffice.
I can use my courtroom, but they can't use their offices unless they want the public to show up.
And so we will always, whenever we have these, we will provide a safe bar location as a public meeting. space. So you can notice it and say, I'm going to be at a Starbucks, but most likely, if a member of the public wanted to come, they would show up at a state bar location.
And just to clarify, there is a free exchange of information with the state bar staff members.
Right.
Of course.
So that helps a lot.
And there's a lot of horror stories, sort of the hypotheticals, but I don't think there's been one instance where a member of the public has shown up at someone's home. We do have members of various communities that post their home addresses for these meetings. So I know it sounds really concerning, but we have many committee meetings every week, multiple meetings, and mostly folks just choose to either call in or not participate at all, or show up at a state bar office.
I've done it multiple times and at my office, and nobody's ever shown up, so. But we are ADA accessible, just to be clear. Mark, I wanted to tell you that in particular. Thank you.
And I've done both Starbucks and my office. Nobody ever showed up. And Starbucks isn't that bad. I didn't actually think about the whole speakerphone thing. I had my earbuds in, but nobody came and tapped on my shoulder, so I assumed that I was okay.
Okay. All right, very good. So unless anybody has anything else, that will conclude the public part of our meeting. We have completed our business and agenda for the day, and so if you could briefly meet with your group and know who will chair, or you elect or select as the chair. That's the last piece of business for today. Other than that, thank you for the people that attended remotely, and thank you very much for each of you.
I wanted to say hi. How are you again? Nice to see you. Yeah.